Chapter 466. Plop. Hu Tianxiao's body fell to the ground. Above his head, there was a flying knife that was directly inserted between his eyebrows. Almost all of it went in. Hu Tianxiao's body fell 5 meters in front of Li Zongjiu. If he was a little closer, he would have a chance to directly cut Li Zongjiu into pieces. But now Li Zongjiu was still standing in the same place, safe and sound. However, he did not know when his head was directly hit by a knife. He looked at Li Zongjiu in a daze. You and I have no enmity, but who asked you to be a member of Qingyuan Manor? Li Zongjiu shook his head helplessly. If it was possible, he would rather not kill anyone in his life. However, some people did not learn from their mistakes, so he had to kill his way out. He had to kill them until they were afraid, until they became extinct. It was useless to be afraid. One day they would forget the pain of the past. Therefore, he had to kill them all. This was the only way to ensure that they would never start over again. Then, Li Zongjiu took Hu Tianxiao's storage ring. With a bang, a stone tablet fell to the ground. When Li Zongjiu saw the stone tablet, he immediately felt the boundless aura from it. How powerful was the compassionate travel sect in ancient times! Even if this stone was placed in the compassionate travel sect, it would still be a treasure in the outside world after being nurtured by the aura of the experts in the sect, let alone a stone tablet like this. He directly put away the stone tablet. He did not know many words from ancient times, so it was useless to put this thing in front of him. It was like reading a heavenly book. He could only find a professional to translate it. After dealing with Hu Tianxiao, Li Zongjiu directly left. Whoosh! There was no need to go all out to kill someone. Life and death were usually decided in an instant. Not to mention Hu Tianxiao, even if the old woman who used the glaring guardian deity wanted to fight Li Zongjiu, she would still be unable to do so. To Li Zongjiu, killing the other party would only require a single breath of time. With the boundless ocean flying dagger in his hand, he was naturally successful in every endeavor. Li Zongjiu had already returned to his manor alone. On the other side, the white-clothed young lady and the old lady followed the fluctuation and found Hu Tianxiao's location. Not good, someone actually intercepted it. The old woman immediately went forward to check. He discovered that Hu Tianxiao didn't have many injuries on his body. There was only a cut on his head, and the cut was as thin as the line from earlier. What a sharp blade! What a decisive killing move! One move to kill! The old woman immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Judging from this point, she could tell how terrifying the strength of the person who attacked was. There are indeed many experts in the sacred Flame Royal City. The old woman said with a shudder. This really hit the old woman's heart. Moreover, he knew that even if he were to fight against this mysterious expert, it would not be easy for him to win. Hu Tianxiao actually didn't even have time to escape in front of this person. What about our sex stone tablet? The white-clothed young lady couldn't help but ask. It was taken away. It seems that it's not time for this stone tablet to return. In that case, there's no need to force it. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. The old woman said decisively. If that mysterious expert was still nearby, he could easily make the two of them stay. Therefore, the old woman had to take the young lady and leave this place first. She couldn't let the young lady's situation become dangerous. Cool breeze in. Elder Zhao Quan directly split the array in front of him with a palm. He saw Qi Yanran appear in the room. Young lady Qi, why are you trapped here? Elder Zhao Quan was slightly surprised after seeing this. He didn't expect Qi Yanran to be trapped here. They were already planning to clear the place, but they found that there was an abnormal fluctuation here. When they came to take a look, they found that there was a temporary Yuan rune array here. What about Li Zongjiu? Where is he? Qi Yanran didn't answer Zhao Quan's question. Instead, she asked directly. Young Master Li left the auction earlier. We don't know where he is now. Zhao Quan said with a little surprise. From the looks of it, This Li Zongjio was the one who trapped the eldest daughter of the Qi family in this room. It was surprising. Where did Li Zongjio get the courage to do this? Was he not afraid that the Qi family would find trouble with him? Most importantly, Qi Yanran was a famous beauty in the city. How many people would be willing to treat Qi Yanran like this? Hearing Zhao Quan's words, Qi Yanran didn't stay any longer and directly left the Cool Breeze Inn. Once he returned to the Qi family, he immediately mobilized the power of his family in an attempt to find Li Zongjio. However, the latest information showed that Li Zongjio was now in his own manor. After waiting bitterly for half an hour, the news came. Qi Yanran also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Zongjio was fine. However, Qi Yanran thought that if Li Zongjio was fine, then it naturally meant that something had happened to the others. Qi Yanran ordered her subordinates to continue to investigate. This night, the Qi family's intelligence agency was still operating. 2 headless bodies in an alley not far from the Cool Breeze Inn. According to the identification of the clothes, these 2 people are the apostles of the protector of Qingyuan Villa, Hu Tianxiao. Qi Yanran also took a deep breath and gradually suppressed the shock in her heart. Li Zongjio is really good. When she was with Li Zongjio, although she felt that Li Zongjio was fearless and even unscrupulous, she didn't expect that Li Zongjio would be so daring. These 2 days, investigate carefully. See if there are any traces of meta beasts in Li Zongjio's manor. Qi Yanran ordered. Qi Yanran was an extremely wise person. She was not used to being deceived by others. She liked to control her own power and grasp the truth. Meng Yu's death. Perhaps it was really related to Li Zongjio. If Li Zongjio and Qingyuan Villa had a grudge, Qi Yanran really didn't know what to do. You saved my life. If Qingyuan Villa has a grudge against you, I will also save your life. This was Qi Yanran's current thought. Chapter 467. On the surface, the sacred Flame Royal City was extremely peaceful. However, some of the businesses that once belonged to the Yi family had unknowingly changed hands, and the person in charge behind the scenes had changed. It could be said that there was a real change of dynasty. Li Zongjio arrived at the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor early in the morning. First, he went to buy some medicinal ingredient. After all, these medicinal ingredients could be said to be of good quality and cheap. At the same time, he entered the Heavenly Flame House to refine pills. When Li Zongjio arrived at the Heavenly Flame House, he saw many people gathered in front of the Heavenly Flame House. Could it be that some big shot has booked the entire place? When Li Zongjio saw this situation, he immediately frowned. Young people nowadays could really curry favor with those in power and influence. They gave up on their cultivation and instead circled around these matters. It was as if they were dogs eagerly wagging their tails in front of their masters, hoping to be rewarded with a bone. Stop, who is it? Senior Brother Guasi is refining pills in the Heavenly Flame House. No one is allowed to enter and disturb him. A freshman who looked like he was able to sneak into Senior Brother Guasi's team and become a lackey naturally felt a little smug in his heart. In fact, many people did not even take him seriously. At this moment, there were so many people gathered here to prevent anyone who did not have eyes from entering. Li Zongjio had just reached the entrance when he was blocked by these people. This situation was different from the previous time. Previously, no one recognized Li Zongjio. However, this time, many people immediately recognized Li Zongjio. After all, he had shown brilliantly in the previous exchange competition and directly obtained the honor of being the champion. Although many of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's students did not go to watch the competition, the Medicine Manor still made an announcement to the entire Medicine Manor when they returned. As a result, Li Zongjio's reputation gradually spread in the Medicine Manor. Although Li Zongjio did not appear many times, he always left a deep impression on everyone. Back then on the Elixir battle stage, he had directly killed that instructor. This was an extremely vile matter, but the Medicine Manor could not do anything about it. The pill competition itself was a life and death agreement. This was a pill master's dignity and rules. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor itself wanted to uphold this rule. In addition, Li Zhongjiu's performance was indeed shocking. He had directly refined a middle-grade 5 medicinal pill, which was even more shocking. It was precisely because of this talent that the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor did not execute Li Zhongjiu right away. Even the experts on the alchemist list had not been able to break through the realm of level 5 alchemists. However, Li Zhongjiu had directly refined a level 5 middle-level medicinal pill, which made people deeply aware of the power of Li Zhongjiu. After that first year made a ruckus, he felt that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. Logically speaking, someone should have come up to support him. However, half a day had passed and there was not even a single person who agreed with him. He looked at the people around him and saw that they were all quietly retreating. It was as if they wanted to put some distance between them and this new student. They were purposely distancing themselves from him. "What's going on? What's going on? Why are all of you leaving?" The new student was a little shocked. Didn't they say that they would be companions for life? What was the meaning of retreating at this time? Li Zhongjiu had originally thought that he would have to make a move to teach these people a lesson. However, from the looks of it now, there was no need for that. These people had very consciously retreated to the side. Even the new student looked around him. Then, he walked to the side as if nothing had happened. It must be said that this scene was extremely awkward. This group of people would naturally dare to block anyone who came. Even Murong Jian from back then would have found it difficult to enter. Back then, Murong Jian was probably not as arrogant as these people in front of him. However, when they recognized Li Zhongjiu, they directly chose to retreat. It was impossible for anyone to have such dignity because these people knew that even if Senior Guosi came, he probably wouldn't be able to handle Li Zhongjiu. He might seem young, but in this Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he was already strong enough to sweep through everyone. Last time, Senior Guosi originally wanted to hold a lecture, but he suddenly announced that he wasn't feeling well and abruptly cancelled the lecture. Later on, someone said that Senior Guosi was beaten up by someone and was hospitalized in the medical hall. There was only one person who would do it. After all, no one would dare to go forward and claim that they were the culprits. Only Li Zhongjiu would dare to do it. Among the freshmen, Li Zhongjiu was the one who swallowed dragons and tigers. In the face of such a notorious person, what else could these people do? Naturally, they chose to obediently step aside. Li Zhongjiu did not make things difficult for these people. Since they knew what was good for them, then he would consider them tactful. After entering the Heavenly Flame House, Li Zhongjiu took a bunch of keys and entered the secret room. The elixirs in his hand were all prepared to refine a certain elixir. This elixir was called the Heavenly Restoration Elixir. Among all the elixirs, the Heavenly Restoration Elixir's effect was considered unique because it was only effective against people with the Withered Meridian's disease. In fact, the Withered Meridian's disease wasn't really an incurable disease. It was just that the meridians were difficult to connect and form a complete closure with each other, resulting in a large amount of life force being lost. However, in reality, if all of this energy could be gathered, it would erupt like a geyser. After consuming the Heavenly Restoration Elixir, it was equivalent to recondensing all of Shi Shu's meridians. In such a state, the Withered Meridian's disease could be resolved. Moreover, Shi Shu's strength would also erupt like a geyser. The reason why he helped Shi Shu was naturally because Li Zhongjiu also needed to recruit some people. In his previous life, Shi Shu died not long after. In other words, Shi Shu didn't exist in the future. How Shi Shu's fate would develop was naturally unknown. Only such a person would be able to use him again. Perhaps it would be possible to do so without too much of an impact on the future. There wouldn't be any unnecessary danger either. Moreover, he was able to reach this stage with his own strength. It was also clear how strong Shi Shu's willpower was. Those who were able to reach this stage were also people with tenacious willpower. Once he was given a favor, he would be unswervingly loyal. This was because his life this time was also bestowed by Li Zhongjiu. For various reasons, Li Zhongjiu would also take action. Azura Cauldron. Chapter 468. The Azura Cauldron emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. The Heavenly Restoration Pill was only a grade 4 pill, but this pill formula was extremely strange. It was difficult for ordinary people to study it, and it also required time to match it. Therefore, if Shi Shu could live for 50 years, when this pill formula was released, he would be able to refine such a pill to cure this incurable disease. Shi Shu had been waiting outside the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor for a long time. 10 billion purple yuan, he had already gathered all of it. However, when Shi Shu came to look for Li Zhongjiu, he asked the reception room at the door to pass on a message. He was told that Li Zhongjiu was cultivating, and it was difficult to know when he would come out. Shi Shu had no choice but to wait outside. This wait lasted until night fell. Could it be that he has no way to cure me, and is only here to see me being played? Shi Shu suddenly thought of this. When a person sat down alone, it was inevitable that they would have such thoughts, let alone in such a situation. Nervousness had always lingered in their hearts. Shi Shu was also thinking about this. An extremely anxious feeling spread in his heart. Qi Yanran? Just as Shi Shu was feeling nervous, he saw a familiar figure walk out from where he was sitting. Shi Shu was sitting in a tea-house opposite the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. He could not just squat at the entrance of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Qi Yanran also saw Shi Shu. Shi Shu nodded slightly to Qi Yanran, and Qi Yanran nodded in response. Qi Yanran admired the Shi tree. Only the Shi tree could survive until now with its perseverance and talent. With such a character, it must have forged a steel-like will. If this stone tree could continue to live, its future achievements would definitely be limitless. Unfortunately, it was temporarily restrained by the current situation. Whether it could survive or not was still unknown. The two of them sat in the tea-house until late at night. The other customers had all left. Shi Shu went to ask several times, but was still told that they were cultivating. "Miss, we're closing." The shopkeeper walked up to Qi Yanran and said apologetically. However, Qi Yanran gave him a banknote worth 100,000 gold coins. "Bring the tea." Okay. The originally sleepy shopkeeper's eyes immediately widened to the size of copper bells. His entire body was instantly wide awake. Just this 100,000 gold coins was already equivalent to the profits of this small tea-house for nearly half a month. Now that they had met a big shot, how could they not be happy? Until the bright moon appeared in the sky. The pedestrians on the road had also disappeared. Only a few people who had been drinking all night were still swaying on the road. Finally, when Shi Shu could no longer sit still, a figure appeared in front of the tea-house. The shopkeeper of the tea-house was already sleeping soundly on the counter. Obviously, money was not so easy to earn. Usually, he would be sleeping at this time, but now, he had to forcefully keep his eyes open and watch over the tea-house. Shua! Shi Shu immediately stood up. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Li Zhongjiu walked in and saw Shi Shu. In the blink of an eye, he saw Qi Yanran sitting in the corner. After a slight smile, he walked towards Shi Shu. "Have you collected the money?" Li Zhongjiu said. Only then did Shi Shu come to his senses. Even though he had cultivated bitterly for so many years and had an incomparably firm mind, he still couldn't help but panic in front of Li Zhongjiu. He hurriedly took out the 10 billion purple yuan that he had painstakingly gathered from his pocket. All of them were placed in a sandalwood box. "It's all here. Not a single cent is missing," Shi Shu said. Li Zhongjiu directly put away the box without counting. He did not even care about what was inside. Then, he handed over a porcelain bottle in his hand. Inside this bottle is called the repairing heavenly pill. After you consume it, it will definitely allow your withered veins to once again revive. However, you must remember that after consuming this medicinal pill, the qi that you have accumulated from your previous training will instantly strengthen your body. If you can't handle it alone, you'd better find another person to protect you. Otherwise, even if the problem of your meridians is healed, your body will explode from the huge amount of yuan power. Li Zongjiu said. This pill, can it really cure my withered meridians? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Even Shi Shu was extremely shocked. It should be known that this illness could be said to have brought him endless troubles. In this long struggle of life, there were many times when he wanted to directly end his life, but he bitterly persevered. This perseverance lasted for more than 10 years. More than 10 years of boredom was not something that anyone could endure. Now, the solution to his withered meridians was right in front of him. It was no wonder that Shi Shu was so excited. Not only that, your cultivation will also increase greatly because of this, Li Zongjiu said faintly. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Shi Shu finally pulled himself together. Shi Shu will always remember the kindness of saving my life. If you have any errands in the future, I will not hesitate to sacrifice myself, Shi Shu said firmly to Li Zongjiu. It's good that you remember. I will look for you in the future, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu had saved someone's life. This was not something that could be settled with money. If one did not know how to repay kindness, then Li Zongjiu would not care about the other party. He could even take back the life that he had saved at any time. Miss Qi, I have been waiting for you for a long time. In that case, I will take my leave first, Shi Shu said. Now that he had obtained this miraculous heavenly pill, Shi Shu could not wait to rush back to his mansion and cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, he did not care whether he could improve his cultivation or not. As long as he could keep his life, there would be plenty of opportunities to cultivate in the future. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. Shi Shu hurriedly left. Li Zongjiu also walked towards Qi Yanran. Did you bring the money? Qi Yanran said the same thing to Shi Shu. Obviously, she was angry with Li Zongjiu. It was Li Zongjiu's fault for trapping her in the auction house yesterday. If you don't have it, then next time, Li Zongjiu said and turned to leave. You, the money is here. Give me the pill. Chapter 469. Qi Yanran placed a big bag of purple yuan diamonds on the table. A purple yuan diamond was equivalent to 10,000 purple yuan coins. That is, there must be 10,000 purple yuan diamonds in the bag. Purple yuan diamonds were a hard currency in any place and could be exchanged for equivalent value. Sometimes, the value would be much higher. Therefore, relatively speaking, the value of purple yuan diamonds must be higher. If there was money, Li Zongjiu would naturally put it away. Just tonight, he easily earned 20 billion purple yuan coins. But in fact, in Li Zongjiu's view, it was really difficult to earn money now. He even went out personally to collect money from these little brats. It was already the middle of the night. Li Zongjiu worked so hard just for this stinky money. There was really no other way. After all, it was not easy to survive in this world. If Qi Yanran or anyone else knew what Li Zongjiu was thinking now, they would definitely rush up and cut Li Zongjiu into pieces. This was 10 billion purple yuan coins. 10 billion purple yuan coins, if converted into gold yuan coins, it was equivalent to an unknown amount of money. It was obviously just a fourth-grade pill, but you sold it to that fool for 10 billion purple yuan coins. Qi Yanran could naturally see the grade of the heavenly pill, but Qi Yanran could not sense the effect of the heavenly pill. In this regard, Qi Yanran was also very curious about what the heavenly pill Li Zongjiu was talking about was. After all, in front of outsiders, she did not expose Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu wanted to fool her by relying on her trust in him, Qi Yanran would not let him off. Qi Yanran would definitely not let Li Zongjiu go. Who told you that your illness can be cured with a pill? Come with me, Li Zongjiu said lightly. He put away the money directly, then turned and walked out. All right, let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. Qi Yanran also got up and followed him out. She wanted to see what Li Zongjiu could do. If it was any other place, Qi Yanran might have some misgivings. However, this was the sacred flame royal city. She only needed to wave her hand and a large number of special envoys would come. There was almost no need to worry about public security. In addition, the Qi family was not weak. Naturally, Yuan King-level elites could be summoned at any time. With such strength, there was naturally nothing for Li Zongjiu to be afraid of. Immediately, the two of them walked out. Li Zongjiu took Qi Yanran back to his manor. Qi Yanran had seen Li Zongjiu's manor in the intelligence. It was not a good place. With Li Zongjiu's income tonight, as long as it was not in some special places, he could directly buy several big houses. Now, when she walked in, the manor that Li Zongjiu lived in could be described as extremely simple and lifeless. It was as if no one had lived in this manor before. The weeds in the surrounding corners were almost taller than a person. There are two ways to get rid of the blood poison in your body. One is to change your blood, and the other is to enter my Azura cauldron. With that, Li Zongjiu placed the Azura cauldron in the garden. The surroundings were empty. What did Li Zongjiu mean? Did he want her to enter his immortal cauldron? What do you mean? Although Qi Yanran had some understanding, she still could not believe that there was such a treatment method. It was simply unprecedented and unheard of. Don't be too funny. You are square. With my control, I can guarantee that you will be fine. However, you'd better wear some ordinary clothes when you enter, because your clothes will be burned away in a while. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he directly sat down cross-legged. You choose whether you want me to do it or not. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Qi Yanran's eyes widened. What do you mean? You want me to jump into the cauldron? You also want to burn my clothes? Li Zongjiu, are you deliberately making fun of me? Qi Yanran was ashamed and angry. When they made a deal with each other, it was all about trust. However, you actually used such a method to humiliate Qi Yanran. She was a dignified maiden, but now she had to obediently let her clothes be burned away in front of you? Making fun of you? I don't have time for that. I still have a lot of things to do. Are you going to treat this illness or not? Li Zongjiu also said very frankly. At the same time, looking at Qi Yanran's embarrassed face, Li Zongjiu was also very happy in his heart. The essence of Evil Lord was gradually spreading. Teasing a little girl was not a difficult thing for the dignified Evil Lord. Now Qi Yanran had only one choice. Otherwise, the power of the longevity tree original spirit would gradually wither. Qi Yanran could also feel that the longevity tree was about to die. Li Zongjiu did not deceive Qi Yanran about this treatment method. Only by taking off the clothes could all the toxins be expelled, and the efficiency would be higher. This kind of stripping treatment was also something that could not be helped. If Li Zongjiu possessed the essence force cultivation of a primitive sovereign, he would be able to heal from a distance. But now there was no other way. Qi Yanran was angered by Li Zongjiu's attitude. Who knew if he was a hooligan or not? This was such a big matter, couldn't he be more sincere? She clenched her fists tightly, wishing that she could punch Li Zongjiu to death right now. Li Zongjiu looked like a righteous man, but who would have thought that his heart was so filthy and despicable, unsightly? But on second thought, if Li Zongjiu was really a hooligan, he would have done some hooligan things in front of the medicinal spring that day. In that case, Li Zongjiu would definitely not have lived until now. He would have been killed by Qi Yanran using various means. The situation was different from the Yi family. The people of the Yi family did not figure out the situation even when they died. After all, Li Zongjiu's appearance was too fast and direct, and he killed them directly. If the Yi family was ready and had made their goal clear, Li Zongjiu would not be able to move an inch. Even in Monarch City there would be a real bloodbath. Of course, in the end, the Yi clan would be the one to lose. If Qi Yanran took action, the end would not be good. Qi Yanran put a big bag of purple yuan diamonds on the table. A purple yuan diamond was equivalent to 10,000 purple yuan coins. That was, he had to have 10,000 purple yuan diamonds in his hand. Purple yuan diamonds were considered a hard currency no matter where he went, and could be exchanged for an equivalent value. Sometimes, the value of the purple yuan diamonds would be much higher. Therefore, relatively speaking, the value of purple yuan diamonds must be higher. If there was money to collect, Li Zongjiu would naturally put it away. Just tonight, he easily earned 20 billion purple yuan coins. But in fact, in Li Zongjiu's view, it was too difficult to earn money now. He even went out personally to collect money from these little brats. It was already the middle of the night. Li Zongjiu worked so hard just for this stinky money. There was really no other way. After all, it was not easy to survive in this world. If Qi Yanran or anyone else knew what Li Zongjiu was thinking now, they would definitely rush up and cut Li Zongjiu into pieces. This was 10 billion purple yuan coins. 10 billion purple yuan coins, if converted into gold yuan coins, it was equivalent to an unknown amount of money. It was obviously just a fourth-grade pill, but you sold it to that fool for 10 billion purple yuan coins. Qi Yanran could naturally see the grade of the heavenly pill. However, Qi Yanran could not sense the effect of the heavenly pill. Regarding this, Qi Yanran was also very curious about what the heavenly pill Li Zongjiu was talking about was. After all, in front of outsiders, she did not expose Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu wanted to fool her by relying on her trust in him, Qi Yanran would not let him off. Qi Yanran would definitely not let Li Zongjiu go. Who told you that your illness can be cured with a pill? Come with me, Li Zongjiu said lightly. He directly put away the money, then turned and walked out. Well, I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Qi Yanran also got up and followed him out. She wanted to see what tricks Li Zongjiu had up his sleeve. If it was any other place, Qi Yanran might have some misgivings. However, this was the sacred flame royal city. He only needed to wave his hand and a large number of special envoys would come. There was almost no need to worry about public security. In addition, the Qi family was not weak. They could naturally summon Yuan King-level powerhouses at any time. With such strength, there was naturally nothing for Li Zongjiu to be afraid of. Immediately, the two of them walked out. Li Zongjiu brought Qi Yanran back to his manor. Qi Yanran had seen Li Zongjiu's manor in the intelligence reports. It was not a good place. Based on Li Zongjiu's income tonight, as long as it was not in some specific places, it was enough to buy a few big mansions. Now, when she walked in, the manor that Li Zongjiu lived in could be described as extremely simple and lifeless. It was as if no one had lived in this manor before. The weeds in the surrounding corners were almost taller than a person. There are two ways to get rid of the blood poison in your body. One is to change your blood, and the other is to enter my Azura cauldron. With that, Li Zongjiu placed the Azura cauldron in the garden. Chapter 470. This chick's temper is not small. Li Zongjiu could not help but smile. Qi Yanran was so decisive. Li Zongjiu liked this kind of character. At least she was not shy. But your temper is not much use in front of me. You still have to come in obediently. Teasing was teasing, but he still had to do business. He could not ruin his reputation at will. Li Zongjiu still had to do a good job. His reputation was the most important. The obsidian fire flickered slightly. Qi Yanran's behavior was extremely bold. Once one entered the alchemist's alchemy furnace, it was as good as handing one's life over to the alchemist. Inside the alchemy furnace, there was no chance to escape at all. Qi Yanran did not know why she was so bold. If Li Zongjiu was actually a big liar, then she would lose both her life and her money. But as a woman, Qi Yanran's intuition was also very accurate. So at this time, when facing Li Zongjiu, she also inexplicably trusted him. Just like yesterday in the Cool Breeze gang. The reason why Li Zongjiu trapped her was not to prevent her from interfering with his work, but to protect Qi Yanran. As long as Qi Yanran did not come out of the Cool Breeze gang, those people would not do anything to her. This was a rude way to protect Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran thought of this after she calmed down. Li Zongjiu did not care about other people's feelings at all. It seemed that he was the only dominant will between heaven and earth. Such a strong man. Qi Yanran also had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Just as Qi Yanran was thinking about it, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Qi Yanran also subconsciously wanted to use her cultivation to defend. But at this most critical moment, she held back. In fact, even if she used her cultivation to defend, it would be useless. The flames that rose from the surroundings instantly poured into Qi Yanran's body. Boom! Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with shock. Soon after, the clothes on his body also rose into the air like ashes and were completely burned away. Her spotlessly white skin was immediately exposed. However, the power was still under control. His clothes, headwear, jewelry, rings, and even his shoes were not damaged in the slightest. What astonishing control of power! Qi Yanran's heart was suddenly surprised. No wonder Li Zongjiu was able to defeat her in alchemy. Even though her longevity tree was full of energy that day and there was nothing wrong with it, she still couldn't beat Li Zongjiu. They looked the same on the outside, and it was hard to tell anything apart from each other. However, when you walked in, it was different. He could clearly feel the power within it, and the control was exquisite beyond compare. In Qi Yanran's opinion, Li Zongjiu's strength was too strong. Boom! Qi Yanran felt the skin on her body become lighter and immediately exclaimed. At this moment, she only had a thin undergarment on her body. There were only a few places that could be covered by the underwear, only a few key parts of the body. Qi Yanran, who was so holy and pure, was dressed like this in front of a man today, although there was a cauldron between them. Speaking of the ambiguous relationship between her and Li Zongjiu, it was not only today. Last time in the medicinal spring, it was even worse. It was all because of Li Zongjiu. She, the dignified young lady of the Qi family, almost had no dignity in front of Li Zongjiu. Her back was already white, and she could even feel her ears and cheeks were already slightly red. Such an exciting scene made Qi Yanran even more ashamed and resentful. But fortunately, this last piece of clothing was not burned by Li Zongjiu, which was a little respect for her and gave her the last bit of dignity. If even this last piece of clothing was burned directly, it was estimated that after Qi Yanran recovered, she would probably consider whether to kill Li Zongjiu to silence him. Although Li Zongjiu's treatment method was a bit strange and special, the effect was obvious. All the flames poured into the veins of Qi Yanran's body, and the power kept pouring in. Immediately, she could feel the vitality in her body. The somewhat withered longevity tree in her body gradually recovered, and she could clearly feel that her strength was gradually recovering. Sure enough, he has some skills. To be able to use the effect of the flames to control the power, and at the same time to remove the blood poison in the body one by one, this was no doubt a huge project. For the caster, this would definitely be a huge project. Boom! During this process, Qi Yanran clearly felt that her power was constantly increasing. Under such circumstances, Qi Yanran was immediately shocked. Wait, what's going on? My longevity tree. The longevity tree in Qi Yanran's body seemed to be attracted at this moment. Because of the existence of power, the longevity tree was able to grow continuously. Qi Yanran could not believe that such a situation would occur. This was because the longevity tree itself was like a meta-beast, and in fact, it also had a grade. For example, before this, the grade of Qi Yanran's longevity tree was 800 years old, according to the age of the medicinal herbs. If enough energy could be replenished, the longevity tree could directly break through in the process, reach the age of 1,000 years, and directly become the Longevity Tree King. For Qi Yanran, it would take a long time to advance to the Longevity Tree King. It would be difficult to succeed in less than 10 or 20 years. After all, Qi Yanran's father, Qi Shaohun, had only advanced the cultivation of the longevity tree to the Longevity Tree King at the age of 45. And with Li Zongjiu assisting in the treatment, why did his primordial spirit advance? In the blink of an eye, the age of the longevity tree had increased by 100 years. A 900-year-old longevity tree. It only needed one more step to become a real longevity tree king. At that time, the power that Qi Yanran's longevity tree could exert would be even more powerful than Qi Shaohun's. If it could become a 10,000-year-old longevity tree, it would not be strange for it to lead the Qi family to its former peak. Chapter 471. I didn't expect the power of the White Dragon original spirit to have such an effect. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. In order to be more focused and better grasp the situation, Li Zongjiu also directly released the White Dragon original spirit, and even the vast flying knife also assisted with the power. It wasn't easy to earn 10 billion. Li Zongjiu had done his best and put in a lot of effort to stabilize the situation in front of him. During the treatment process, Li Zongjiu's White Dragon original spirit amplified his mental strength to assist him, but at the same time, it also affected the growth of the longevity tree, and also absorbed a certain amount of energy from the longevity tree. It was almost a perfect win-win situation. Just take it as a free gift. This time, it's a big loss. Li Zongjiu also shook his head helplessly. This was indeed a big loss. Just the quality of the original spirit was like directly raising the strength of a rank 3 meta beast in your body to a rank 4 meta beast. The benefits that could be experienced were simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Even your fate would be changed because of this change. This was the most amazing thing. Li Zongjiu also did not expect that his White Dragon original spirit would have such an effect. Now that he had received the money, it was not good to ask for more money. After all, his reputation was still here. It was time to consider the issue of price in the future. The treatment continued until dawn was about to break. At this moment, it was the darkest moment before dawn, and the surroundings were dark. Li Zongjiu's own yuan power had been consumed for such a long time, and his body was also a little weak. Okay, get ready to come out. When Li Zongjiu's voice fell, he raised his hand and slapped the Azura cauldron. He did not give the other party a chance and directly slapped Qi Yanran out of the cauldron. Qi Yanran exclaimed. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and directly put on a long robe. However, because she was in a hurry, one could still see the faintly discernible long white legs swaying. Even though it was just before dawn, it was still blindingly white. Who? Li Zongjiu also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that Qi Yanran still seemed to want more, it could be said that Qi Yanran had made a big profit this time. Not only that, but the blood poison in his body had also been completely removed. Furthermore, the power of this primordial spirit was also constantly breaking through. Right now, it directly possessed 990 years of age. He was only 1 year away from becoming a longevity tree king. Qi Yanran could also feel that Li Zongjiu had deliberately left the last year for her. Only through her own comprehension could she truly break through and truly possess her own strength. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so thoughtful, and she could not help but feel slightly touched. Although Li Zongjiu looked like a bastard on the surface, he was actually a good person. Even in such a wild side, he still had such a meticulous side. Your treatment has ended, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. After today, he would go into seclusion to challenge the Genius Tower. Only the first person to rush into the Genius Tower would be able to obtain the Universe 9 revolving needle. In the Genius Tower, some people could keep the things they obtained after clearing the trial. It was also a kind of benefit. Every time a difficult problem was solved in the Genius Tower, some new notes would appear. If the people who entered the Genius Tower later on were to carefully comprehend, they would be able to feel the cultivation path within. This level of comprehension required a sufficient level of cultivation to accept it. Now that Li Zongjiu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yuan ancestor realm, he was just one step away from the Yuan monarch realm. Almost no one in the city could stop him. Without any other troubles, Li Zongjiu also had to fulfill his promise to Nanxing. "Thank you. I hope you can keep today's matter a secret," Qi Yanran said. The matter that Qi Yanran was talking about was naturally not something like the treatment, but something about the longevity tree primordial spirit. After all, for Qi Yanran, this would be a very important hidden strength. If any of her trump cards were revealed to others, then others would make targeted actions. Therefore, Qi Yanran also hoped that Li Zongjiu would keep it a secret. "It's just a small matter." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. After a night of hard work, he could finally have a good rest. "In addition, I know that you have a grudge against Qin Yuan Manor. If you need anything in the future, you can come and find me at any time. This butterfly bookmark is my personal item. With this item, you can enter and leave the Qi family's territory as you wish. The Qi family will naturally know what is going on when they see this item," Qi Yanran said. Then, she threw the butterfly bookmark in her hand to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu naturally reached out and caught the exquisite butterfly bookmark in his hand. "Oh right, let me ask you something. Are there any meta beasts in your manor?" Qi Yanran asked. Li Zongjiu was looking at the bookmark in his hand. Yuan beasts in captivity? Was this referring to the Howling Moon Wolf King? Before Li Zongjiu could answer, he saw two figures leap into the wall. Plop! Awa! The Howling Moon Wolf King's body landed on the ground. When it saw Li Zongjiu in the courtyard, it howled happily. Yinghu also landed on the ground with an item in his hand. He happened to see Li Zongjiu in front of him. Immediately, he threw the item in his hand onto the ground in an extremely pleased manner. "Hee, young Master Li, I have completed the task you asked me to do. The head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader is in this cloth bag." Yinghu was extremely proud of the battle tonight. The cooperation between him and the Howling Moon Wolf King was really amazing. It was almost effortless for them to take the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader. Li Zongjiu glanced at Yinghu and the Howling Moon Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, Yinghu saw that there were other people in the courtyard. Immediately, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly covered his face. If he was discovered, his reputation would be ruined. If that was the case, wouldn't his reputation as Shadow Fox be ruined? If the people outside knew that he, Shadow Fox, had killed the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, who knew how many ruthless people would come knocking on his door? At the moment, Yinghu did not want to become famous so early. It was better to keep a low profile. "This, you. Young Master Li, even if you are looking for a girl, you should at least say something." When Yinghu saw that Qi Yanran's clothes were untidy and she had just put on her clothes in a hurry, he immediately realized what had happened and blurted out. Chapter 472. Qi Yanran had already checked the surrounding situation and did not find any metabeasts. However, in the next second, she saw a man and a wolf climbing over the wall. She saw a head rolling on the ground. Qi Yanran was shocked. The head of the Azure Dragon Gang's leader. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang hid very well. If they wanted to deal with the Azure Dragon Gang, they would be greatly affected in the future. The Azure Dragon Gang occupied the entire underground forces. Among the underground forces, the Azure Dragon Gang was almost the most ruthless one. Therefore, very few people dared to provoke them. Even the relationship between the Yi family and the Azure Dragon Gang was only a cooperative one. They didn't dare to directly take over the Azure Dragon Gang as their own. But now, it seemed like someone had already chosen to do so. It was incomparably decisive and efficient. Most importantly, Qi Yanran now knew that there was indeed a powerful metabeast in Li Zongjiu's mansion. With just a glance, Qi Yanran knew that the meta-beast's strength was extraordinary. This was because of the ability given by her longevity tree original spirit. She could see the essence of some creatures and even feel the good and evil of the other party. Of course, this was only a relative ability. For a temperamental and changeable person like Li Zongjiu, there was naturally no way. Everything was according to his will. The man in front of her looked like a killer, but he only had fear for Li Zongjiu and did not have any respect for him. This meant that he was forced to do this for Li Zongjiu. This made things much more interesting. Therefore, Qi Yanran was also thinking about the relationship between the two. In addition, there was the existence of the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, when she heard Yinghu's words, a cold killing intent suddenly appeared in Qi Yanran's eyes. She did not know this person, but he dared to speak rudely. Qi Yanran must kill the person in front of her and make him pay the price. This nonsense was going to cost him his life. You're courting death. With a wave of Qi Yanran's hand, the Yuanli in the air instantly turned into a rattan. With the sound of a strong wind, the rattan flew towards Yinghu's face. In front of Li Zongjiu, perhaps she would reveal some of her feminine side. Sometimes they would not be calculative with each other because this was a matter between a man and a woman. However, in front of outsiders, this arrogant young lady of the Qi family would not allow anyone to look down on her or treat her with disdain. The speed of this vine was too fast. Shadowfox didn't even have time to react, and his body only had time to dodge out of reflex. Pa! When the whip came down, it left a bloody mark on Yinghu's body. It was full of strength. Then, another vine suddenly appeared, giving the Shadowfox no place to hide. It was immediately trapped. They were tightly bound from head to toe, and there were even sharp thorns on the vines. If they didn't struggle, they wouldn't hurt them at all. However, if they didn't listen to them and struggled, they would definitely cut their heads until they bled. Taking advantage of this gap, Qi Yanran had already put on her clothes and tidied them up neatly. Now, Yinghu knew that he seemed to have offended someone very powerful. At this moment, a ray of light appeared in the sky. It was dawn. Yinghu, who was tied to the ground, finally saw clearly who the person in front of him was. Damn it, it's the young lady of the Qi family. Damn it, I'm going to die. In Yinghu's heart, he even wanted to die. How could this happen? In the end, he still fell into Qi Yanran's hands. What did he say just now? He actually said that the young lady of the Qi family was a prostitute. It was no wonder that Qi Yanran was so angry. This had already angered Qi Yanran. Even if she killed him, it wouldn't be too much. What Yinghu didn't expect was that Qi Yanran's strength was so strong that even with his level, there was no way for him to escape. He could only be trapped here. Immediately, Yinghu hurriedly called Li Zongjiu for help. Yinghu's reaction was really fast. If he begged Qi Yanran for mercy, it would be useless. Instead, it would make Qi Yanran want to kill him faster. It would only enrage the person in front of him. However, since she was in Li Zongjiu's courtyard, there must be a relationship between them. As for what kind of relationship it was, it could be roughly guessed by looking at Qi Yanran's clothes. Therefore, if Li Zongjiu asked for mercy, it would be 10,000 times better than him begging for mercy. Young Master Li, Lord Li, Uncle Li, please help me beg for mercy. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was as blind as a bat, Yinghu sobbed. Li Zongjiu acted as if he didn't hear him. He closed his eyes and meditated. The Howling Moon Wolf King naturally didn't dare to move without Li Zongjiu's order. Instead, it looked at the scene in front of it very obediently. Qi Yanran didn't kill him, but every time the whip fell on his body, the pain was magnified 100 times. Crack! In the end, Yinghu couldn't stand it anymore. It was better to rely on oneself than to beg others. Naturally, he thought of a way to escape. It wasn't easy for him to perform the cicada shedding carapace. His body came out of the rattan, and then he directly rushed into the distance. In fact, after performing this move, the consumption of his body was so great that it was difficult for him to bear. Want to run? Qi Yanran didn't say anything. She once again threw a long wooden whip at Ing Hu. However, this time it was only a doppelganger. It directly blasted the doppelganger into pieces. Ing Hu had already rushed in another direction. However, as soon as it climbed over the wall, it was immediately entangled by a large tree outside the wall. The tree branches seemed to have grown eyes, and they also seemed to be extremely agile arms. In an instant they bound the shadow fox. "Is he one of your men?" Qi Yanran asked Li Zongjiu. She seemed to be prepared to give face to Li Zongjiu. In front of Qi Yanran, Ing Hu had almost no power to fight back. If he was one of Li Zongjiu's men, she was more or less prepared to give face. However, Li Zongjiu also shook his head very decisively. "Don't, my lord. You forgot that I am your loyal servant, my lord. My lord. Have you forgotten? Oh, I have already pledged my loyalty to you. I am your man when I am alive, and I am your ghost when I am dead." Ing Hu hurriedly shouted loudly. He was afraid that Li Zongjiu didn't hear him. Chapter 473. Oh! Li Zongjiu looked at Ing Hu. Ing Hu seemed to be a little surprised, but his reaction was still very fast. He actually reacted immediately. When Qi Yanran heard this, she waved her hand and threw Ing Hu, who was covered in cuts and bruises, to the ground. Ing Hu's body rolled a few times on the ground and finally landed in front of Li Zongjiu. "Since he's your man, I'll give you face. Otherwise, his head will definitely fall to the ground." Qi Yanran raised her head and looked at the sky. It was already much brighter. Immediately, she flicked her sleeves and turned to leave. At this moment, only Ing Hu and Li Zongjiu were left in the courtyard. "You better remember what you said just now. Otherwise, I'll have to ask that woman to take care of you." Li Zongjiu looked at Ing Hu in front of him and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ing Hu was already quite old. However, he felt that he had been tricked by these people in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the young couple in front of him was acting and then setting a trap for him. One was playing the good cop, the other was playing the bad cop. Now that the good cop had left, he was directly thrown to the bad cop. Why were the young people nowadays so insidious? This is the key to the manor. You can use the windows to open the door. This is the key to the manor. You don't have to go through the windows in the future. I'll leave everything in the manor to you. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be going into seclusion in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If you have any issues, you can deal with them with the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King will report everything to me. Take care of yourself. In addition, if Tai Feihe from the Great Delight Casino comes looking for you to fight, you must fight. Find some time to send this head to Tai Fei. Li Zongjiu directly threw the manor key to Ing Hu. Ing Hu was also a little surprised. Wasn't the speed at which he gained their trust a little too fast? He actually handed over the manor to him so quickly. When Ing Hu saw Li Zongjiu's manor, he wanted to retire and have a good rest in such a place. Although he didn't get the other half of the commission for killing Li Zongjiu, it was equivalent to owning such a large manor. Wasn't that what he wanted? Find some time to clean up the weeds around there. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he left. He had nothing else to say. The red-maned horse at the back of the courtyard was also instructed to take care of it regularly. When necessary, it could be brought out for a walk. These matters were nothing to the Shadow Fox. As for why Li Zongjiu was so confident in handing over the manor to him, Li Zongjiu didn't mind. Naturally, Shadow Fox knew that the Howling Moon Wolf King before him would not let him go. The Howling Moon Wolf King's intelligence was much higher than he had imagined. Moreover, he seemed to have a way to communicate with the Howling Moon Wolf King directly. If the Howling Moon Wolf King could speak one day, Ing Hu didn't find it strange at all. Then, Ing Hu took a sickle and began to cut the weeds in the courtyard. I didn't expect that I, the King of Assassins, would have to cut the weeds in this small courtyard. However, although his mouth was full of disdain, He was very happy when he was cutting the grass. This was because cutting the grass was much simpler and faster than cutting the head of a person, although the king of assassins had fallen to such a state. However, the king of assassins seemed to be quite happy. Sure family. When Sure Shu returned home that night, he didn't immediately take the elixir. This was because in such a panicked and tense situation, it would definitely affect his body and even affect the effect of the elixir. As an alchemist, he was naturally aware of the disadvantages of this. Immediately, Sure Shu adjusted his aura to a stable state. When his aura stabilized, he finally took out the heavenly restoration pill. This elixir was worth 10 billion purple yuan. However, 10 billion purple yuan was nothing in Sure Shu's eyes. As long as he could recover, it would be more than 10 billion purple yuan. In the future, there would be hundreds of billions or even trillions of purple yuan. The premise was that his dry veins disease could be cured. Sure Shu didn't even want this elixir to cure his dry veins disease completely. Even if he was given another 10 years, he would be able to solve this problem. However, the problem was that he didn't have that much time left. Sure Shu swallowed the heavenly pill. It was different from the elixirs in the past. In the past, the elixirs would melt in his mouth and directly turn into various kinds of energy and enter his body. However, this time, the elixir was swallowed like a stone. The process of swallowing it was extremely painful. At first, the heavenly pill didn't have any effect. Sure Shu even thought that he had bought a fake elixir. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had cheated him of his money? Just as this thought flashed past Sure Shu's mind, he suddenly felt a twisting pain in his abdomen. It seemed like his heart, organs, and various intestines were rapidly twisting. Under such a crazy twisting situation, Sure Shu felt incomparable pain. He had never felt such pain before. Even his internal organs were about to be completely twisted into paste. He fell to the ground and curled up. Cold sweat flowed down. Oh no, Li Zongjiu wanted to poison me to death. Sure Shu never thought that Li Zongjiu would be so cruel and merciless. He had cheated 10 billion purple yuan from him, and was now using such a method to kill him. Sure Shu was filled with regret and anger. The pain lasted for 6 hours. When Sure Shu was on the verge of death, he was left with his last breath. He suddenly realized what was happening in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that his strength was much stronger than before. In the past, he always felt weak and powerless, as if there was no way to gather the strength in his body. However, it was different this time. Inside my body, Sure Shu didn't have time to check his body. He immediately felt that in his meridians, it was like a drain that had just been opened. In an instant, a terrifying power surged out from the drain. Boom! Sure Shu only felt that terrifying power surging out of his body. At first, Sure Shu was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. However, he remembered what Li Zongjiu said last night. After swallowing this elixir, it would cause the rapid gathering of strength. Therefore, he needed someone to protect him. Not only could it heal his injuries, but it could also increase his strength. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Now is not the time to lose. Li Zongjiu, you have given me this opportunity. I, Sure Shu, will repay you 10,000 times. Chapter 474. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Koen Arashi's whereabouts were a little unusual recently. When Li Zongjiu returned to the academy, he met Shueiyue, who was looking for Koen Arashir. Li Zongjiu, have you seen Koen Arashir? That guy has been acting mysteriously recently. Shueiyue gritted her teeth fiercely as she spoke. It seemed as though she wanted to drag Lan Koen out and beat him up to vent her anger. I don't know. He should be cultivating with Sun Yu, Li Zongjiu said. Looking at Shueiyue's angry look, it seemed like the two of them got along well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for him across 2 academies. Humph, I'm so angry. We agreed to go to the night market to sell things together, but this guy disconnected again. Shueisha waved her hand. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Li Zhongjiu, don't forget that I've almost gathered 1 billion purple yuan. Shueisha said seriously. Oh? How much have you gathered? 80 million, good luck. Li Zhongjiu said. The 80 million purple yuan was probably obtained from the auction of the Sky Fragrance Drunken Moon Stone. After deducting the transaction fee, the remaining money. This money was also obtained from Zhao Jingxian. Li Zhongjiu walked towards the Genius Tower after he finished speaking. I'll definitely gather it. Shueisha gritted her teeth and said. Although the price of 1 billion purple yuan was very high, Shueisha had to earn it through her own efforts. If she had to ask others for help, it would be meaningless. Moreover, this matter had to be kept absolutely confidential. In front of the Genius Tower, there would also be some elders and students on duty. Other than the senior brothers and sisters of the upper echelons who were doing their best to clear the levels and open up new territory for the students, there were also disciples who were frequently exploring and comprehending between the other levels. The reason why Guisi came out of seclusion last time was because he had passed through the checkpoint at the top of the 7th floor. He had solved the difficult problem within and was even faster than the others. To be able to accomplish such a feat, it was sufficient to show Guisi's strength. Of course, after a few days, there were also people who passed through the 7th level. Right now, the 8th level had already been opened. After wandering around for a few days, Guisi was prepared to return to the 8th level and continue to explore. He had already finished comprehending the questions he had solved the previous time, and now he needed to replenish it. In fact, Guisi's strength was still very strong, but unfortunately, he loved to show off. Unfortunately, he met Li Zhongjiu, who didn't fall for this trick. Naturally, he would suffer a big loss. To become a disciple of the Genius Tower, you must first register and pay a fee. Which class are you in? Li Zhongjiu came to a small wooden house at the side. There were also some related matters in this wooden house. Some people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and thought that they were infallible, especially those who came to the Genius Tower for the first time. They thought that they were great and wanted to directly challenge the checkpoint that no one could pass. However, the consumption of energy was too great, so they would directly fall into the checkpoint and constantly overdraw. If this continued, they would directly overdraw until they fainted. Even if they died, such a thing had happened before. It wasn't a rare thing. Therefore, there were so many rules set up to prevent these people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth from directly challenging the checkpoint. Heavenly STEM Department A Class, First Year. Li Zhongjiu said. First year. The person in charge raised his head and glanced at Li Zhongjiu. A mere first year dared to come to the Genius Tower. His courage wasn't small. However, there were also many people who chose to come and watch. After all, the Genius Tower was their academy's signboard. Since it's your first time here, let's start from the 1st floor. And I want to go directly to the 8th floor, Li Zhongjiu said. The person in charge was about to take the key and lead Li Zhongjiu to the 8th floor. Every time you cleared a level, the key to the next level would automatically appear. With this key, you could open the door to the next level. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any way to open the door. Even if you wanted to take a look, it would be impossible. At the same time, this key would always exist in the vicinity of the Genius Tower. There was no way to steal it. It was as if this key was actually a part of the Genius Pavilion. Such ingenious craftsmanship was truly astonishing. Even Li Zhongjiu didn't know how these people did it. Perhaps only after he saw through the mystery of that world would he be able to truly understand and achieve this level. What did you say? Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. This is the Genius Tower. I will arrange for you to enter the 1st floor to experience it. The person in charge said and was about to register Li Zhongjiu on the 1st floor. At the same time, he was also preparing to take the key. I said that I want to start from the 8th floor. Don't you understand? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. A majestic aura was also released from his body. When this aura appeared, it immediately made the person in front of him feel an invisible pressure. He had already seen countless geniuses in his job here, who wasn't respectful in front of him. But this kid called Li Zongjiu in front of him actually had the guts to make a scene in front of him. However, under Li Zongjiu's aura, he always felt like he was being stared at. He couldn't muster up the courage to confront Li Zongjiu. Just looking at Li Zongjiu's eyes was enough to cause one's heart to tremble in fear. Under such a situation, even the person in charge had a face of disbelief. A mere first-year student was actually able to display such an imposing aura. He couldn't believe it. Teacher Kong, if this kid wants to enter the 8th level, then let him experience it. That's good too. The name of the person in charge was Kong Zhuo. The Kong family used to be a big family with great influence in the family. Although it declined later on, the temperament of a big shot was preserved. As a descendant of a famous family, Kong Zhuo was naturally proud and arrogant. He even thought that these people could be taught at will. Only when he taught these geniuses a lesson would Kong Zhuo feel satisfied in his heart. But unfortunately, Li Zongjiu hated it the most when others decided on his matters, especially after he had accurately said it. That meant that he wanted to disobey him. Guosi, do you know this person? Kong Zhuo looked at the person who walked in at this time. It was Guosi. Kong Zhuo was very optimistic about Guosi. After all, Guosi was the first to reach the 8th floor in such a short period of time. Now that he was prepared to continue on to the 8th floor after a little rest, he was very gratified. Learning was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Haha, I don't know him. He's just a nobody. Guosi's eyes were filled with arrogance and contempt. Chapter 475. Li Zongjiu also glanced at Guosi. Wasn't the beating last time enough? Li Zongjiu said directly. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Guosi felt his eyelids twitching fiercely a few times. Just because of these few words, Li Zongjiu directly hit him and beat him to such a state. This caused the lecture that day to be directly scrapped, and there was no way to continue at all. This caused Guosi to be extremely furious. In this way, wouldn't many junior brothers and sisters be filled with resentment? What are you doing? Who are you trying to scare? How can you be so rude? Do you think this is a place for hooligans? Kong Zhuo immediately slapped the table and stood up. He angrily scolded Li Zongjiu, as if he was going to teach him a lesson today. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Zongjiu directly stretched out his hand and grabbed Kong Zhuo from behind the changing table. Bang! Kong Zhuo was directly thrown to the ground. His entire face was filled with confusion. Kong Zhuo was born in a prestigious family. Although it was said to be a declining prestigious family, the pressure was still there. There was actually a student who dared to hit him in his territory. This was simply an unheard-of story. Before Kong Zhuo could get up, Li Zongjiu directly grabbed a vase from the counter and directly smashed it on Kong Zhuo's head. Before Kong Zhuo fainted, he also pointed at Li Zongjiu. You. In the end, his neck tilted and he fainted. Li Zongjiu, how dare you? This time, Guosi was not going to let Li Zongjiu go. Today, he would let Li Zongjiu know how powerful he was. Otherwise, did he really think that in this heavenly star medicine manner, he could dominate the world? Immediately, Guosi also activated his Yuan power. A Yuan power sword appeared in his hand and directly pierced towards Li Zongjiu's chest. I've finally found an opportunity. Li Zongjiu had attacked this teacher Kong Zhuo, which in itself was a heinous crime. The nature of his actions was extremely despicable. Now that he had subdued Li Zongjiu, not only would he be able to take revenge, he would also be able to receive the Academy's commendation. He would become an influential figure in the Academy, punishing evil and eliminating evil, and his reputation would rise to another level. Catch your father. When Guosi came in, Li Zongjio wanted to beat him up. Based on the words of the old man in the library, Li Zongjio was indeed able to do whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion. Naturally, Li Zongjio would not let go of this opportunity to deal with these two people who deserved a beating. With a slap, he shattered the Yuan power sword that Guosi had condensed. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the person in front of him. "What are you trying to do?" Guosi was shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjio's fist had already landed on the bridge of Guosi's nose. Bang! Guosi's mind was immediately in a daze, and 2 streams of blood gushed out from his nose. The pain directly engulfed Guosi's entire head. Li Zongjio added another punch, and this punch directly smashed Guosi to the ground. Bang! He lay on the ground, unable to move. The entire thing happened in a matter of seconds, and even the Yuan power fluctuation did not have time to spread out. After that, Li Zongjio personally took out the key to the 8th floor. After walking out of the cabin, Li Zongjio was very considerate and closed the door of the cabin. There was no sound from the outside yet, so Li Zongjio was very considerate. "Why are you here by yourself? Where's Teacher Kongjua?" When the elder in charge of the Genius Tower saw Li Zongjio come with the key, he could not help but feel puzzled. "He's chatting with Guosi. The two of them said that they wanted to have a good discussion, so he gave me the key and told me to come by myself." "I see. Go in," the elder on duty said. Kongjua often had students coming to visit him. Sometimes, Kongjua would forcefully pull some students to read some ancient books and stories to them. In fact, he just wanted to make his presence known. Therefore, it was extremely normal. The elder on duty directly let Li Zongjio in. Li Zongjio directly went to the 8th floor. The key in his hand opened the door. When Li Zongjio pushed the door and entered, the door behind him suddenly closed. The key also automatically appeared on the wall outside the door and hung there. The surroundings were empty and pitch black. Only the praying mat on the ground emitted light. This was the inner world of the Genius Tower, and all the mysteries were on the praying mat. When you sit on the praying mat, you will enter the inner world. This world was like a maze. When you walk in, you must constantly move forward against the power from the void. Only in this way could you break through the power inside. When you finally walk out of this maze and wake up after clearing the level, it was considered that you have passed this level. In his previous life, Li Zongjio also came here. He immediately sat on the glowing praying mat. There was more than one praying mat, but in fact, when you walk in, you will only see one praying mat. If someone else comes in, they will see another praying mat. Li Zongjio sat on the cattail hassock and immediately felt that his body was sinking rapidly, as if he was being swallowed by a quagmire. However, this sinking feeling did not last for long. Soon, Li Zongjio opened his eyes. A single plank bridge appeared in front of him. On both sides of the single plank bridge, there was a bottomless abyss. One wrong step and you will be consigned to eternal damnation. After Li Zongjio observed for a while, he naturally stepped onto the single plank bridge. When Li Zongjio stepped onto the single plank bridge for the first time, the world around him began to change again. It was as if an incomparably thick black cloud had sunk into Li Zongjio's body, binding his feet like 10,000 chains. Outside the Genius Tower, Kongjua woke up in the small wooden house. When he discovered what had happened to his body, he immediately flew into a rage. He did not expect that a small student would dare to kill him. "No, I must report this to the academy. If he is so vicious and merciless at such a young age, then he will be even worse in the future. I must punish this Li Zongjio." Looking at Guosi, the expert ranked 3rd on the alchemist ranking, he actually had his nose broken. Even now, he was still unconscious. This was simply shocking. To be able to beat Guosi to such a state, he must have used some kind of despicable, shameless, sinister, and vicious method. Someone come quickly. Someone robbed the Genius Tower. Someone stole the Genius Tower's key. Kong Zhuo immediately roared towards the outside. Kong Zhuo had been working in the academy for dozens of years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a vile situation. Chapter 476. Night fell. Two figures walked out of Li Zongzhou's manor. A man and a wolf dog. They walked towards the direction of Bo Yu Casino. At this moment, in Bo Yu Casino, Tai Fai was also taking stock of the forces under his command. Today, he had already brought some people out to negotiate. Some of the small casinos that used to belong to the Yi family had been incorporated into the casino. However, these were just small matters that did not amount to much. Of course, the reason why he did this was to appease Li Zongzhou. If Li Zongzhou were to be eliminated one day, wouldn't all these risky moves be more dangerous? It might even speed up his own demise. Now that the situation was uncertain, of course, it was better to be careful. The casino was still operating as usual. At this moment, Tai Fai was calculating the current situation. He even invited a few of his old friends. Even Xuejiang was killed. Of course, he had to find some people to hold the fort. At this moment, a person came to report to Tai Fai that someone wanted to see him. Who is it? Tai Fai was surprised. Could it be Li Zongzhou? But if Li Zongzhou came, he would have known. Moreover, if Li Zongzhou came, he did not need to report. He could just walk in directly. It's an old man with a pet. Pet? Old man, what the hell? Drive him away. Tai Fai did not remember seeing such a person. But, he said that he has something to give to the boss. The subordinate said. Tai Fai was slightly surprised. Something to give to him. Let him in. Although the current situation was complicated and anything could happen, Tai Fai had a bad feeling. Shadow Fox and Howling Moonwolf King walked up to the third floor and came to Tai Fai's office. Tai Fai first looked at Shadow Fox in front of him. He realized that he did not recognize the Shadow Fox in front of him. In terms of memory, Tai Fai was quite confident. In this aspect, there would definitely be no problem. Who are you? What do you want to give me? Tai Fai said. At this moment, there were two Jianghu experts standing behind Tai Fai. These days, the wind blew the grass and the grass moved in the wind. Therefore, one must be prepared to protect oneself. Both of them stared at Shadow Fox. They completely ignored the Howling Moon Wolf King, who was lying on the ground and gnawing on a drumstick. Shadow Fox did not expect that there would be a day when he, the king of assassins in the dark, would walk out in the open. With the Howling Moon Wolf King by his side, he was filled with confidence wherever he went. With a king-level meta beast by his side, who would dare to provoke such a super fighter? Wherever he went, he was filled with confidence. If it was in front of him, Shadow Fox would have to be sneaky when he went out. He would have to change his appearance continuously. Our young master asked me to give this to you. In order to prevent the blood from flowing everywhere, Shadow Fox found a metal box and placed the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader in it. Tai Fai's eyelids twitched when he saw the metal box. Obviously, he had an extremely bad feeling about the appearance of the metal box. Open it. Tai Fai gestured to the person behind him. This was the most basic rule of the underworld. How could one go forward and open the box? What if some hidden weapon or dart shot out? Wouldn't one be hit? Immediately, one of Tai Fai's subordinates opened the box. Immediately, a bloody face appeared in front of them. This is... At first, he was furious, but then he was shocked because he recognized who the head belonged to. He hurriedly looked at the old man in shock, then brought the head to Tai Fai to see. When Tai Fai saw the head, he immediately stood up from his seat. What? This is... Tai Fai sucked in a breath of cold air. The head in front of him was extremely familiar. Wasn't this the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader? He actually took off the head. Who was this old man in front of him? And who was the young master behind him? Sir, may I ask who your young master is? Tai Fai asked in a deep voice. Ing Hu didn't hesitate. My young master is Li Zongzhou. When he said this, he immediately saw the fear and reverence in the eyes of Tai-Fi and the others. Ing-Hu enjoyed this kind of gaze very much. What did he strive for all his life? Wasn't it to be high and mighty and have everyone look up to him? However, Ing-Hu had been in the underworld for most of his life. Although he had earned the title of King of Assassins, in fact, there were too many King of Assassins. Moreover, some of the rising stars were quite ruthless. In order to gain a position, these people's methods were extremely cruel. Therefore, even if Li Zongjiu didn't recruit him, Ing-Hu wouldn't be able to survive for long. Then, he would have to retire. If he didn't retire, there would definitely be countless people among the younger generation who wanted to kill him. At the same time, some of the enemies he had made in the past would definitely come one after another. However, after submitting to Li Zongjiu with this name, he directly made these people look at him in a new light. They were in awe of him. It was really a case of a fine bird choosing a tree to nest in. I didn't expect young Master Li to succeed. Sir, may I ask for your name? It's just a nickname. It's not worth mentioning. My young master said that he's in seclusion. If there's anything, you can find me at the Autumn Water Avenue, White Deer Lane Manor. Ing-Hu also slowly got up. Autumn Water Avenue, White Deer Lane. It was where the manor that Li Zongjiu had purchased was located. This head brought great shock to Tai-Fi. This was the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader. No wonder these people seemed to have quieted down recently. It was because of such a big thing. This made Tai-Fi somewhat uncertain. Who exactly was Li Zongjiu? He killed the Yi family's leader, and now he killed the Green Dragon Gang's leader. Both the black and white sides were casually beheaded. It was really shocking. With such strength, it was enough to move unhindered in Royal City. Now that both the Yi family and the Green Dragon Gang have suffered heavy losses, and I, Tai-Fi, have the help of this mysterious expert. If he doesn't give me a chance, it won't be strange even if Li Zongjiu gets rid of me. So, this is my chance. Now that the two leaders have been beheaded, it's definitely time to harvest. Tai-Fi also grasped the opportunity. The outside world definitely didn't know about the Green Dragon Gang's leader. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so calm. Now, the Green Dragon Gang must have their own plans. Regarding this, Tai-Fi also made a prompt decision and immediately led a large group of people. Let's go to the Riches Casino. Chapter 477. Sure Family. The head of the Sure family was being impeached by the Elder Compound. 5 billion purple yuan. The Sure family's quarterly revenue is only 3 billion purple yuan. The head of the family is trying to starve the thousands of people in the Sure family for a full 2 months just to let that person with the dried pulse disease squander the money. The head of the family's actions are really inappropriate. This is an abuse of power. Using the family's assets to protect one person? The Elder Compound will not tolerate such selfish behavior. The head of the Sure family, Sure Tyran, sat firmly in his seat and did not say anything in response to the accusations of the elders. It seems like someone secretly planned this impeachment meeting. There is no point in saying more. Since all of you have already decided, I will abdicate my position and give it to a worthy person. So what? Sure Tyran said slowly. To Sure Tyran, this was something that he had long expected. It was not because the Sure family could not afford the 5 billion purple yuan, but because Sure Tyran was not the only one who had the final say in the Sure family. If he wanted to use the 5 billion purple yuan, he had to go through various procedures. If he could not come up with a reasonable reason, he would be considered to have exceeded his authority. When Sure Tyran had first moved the 5 billion purple yuan, he had known that this would happen. However, he had not expected this day to come so quickly. The elders were relieved when they heard that Sure Tyran was willing to abdicate his position. Since Sure Tyran has decided to abdicate his position as the head of the family, we will choose a new head based on seniority. Sure Tyran, on account of your previous contributions to the Sure family, we will not punish you for now. Now, leave the meeting hall. The great elder said slowly. No one would be able to salvage the situation today. Although Sher Tyran had abdicated his position, he was still a Yuan monarch elite, and the family would not treat him too badly. Sher Tyran clenched his fists tightly. Although he had known that this day would come, it was still a great humiliation to be forcefully expelled from the meeting hall. Some of the elders were even whispering to each other and discussing this matter. They all expressed their pity for Sher Tyran. The reason he had ended up like this was because Sher Tyran's lineage had gone missing and failed to produce a capable son. None of them had the potential to become a Yuan monarch elite. Therefore, he had only chosen to send them on their way. As the head of the family, he had a lot of grievances to deal with. Rest in peace, big brother. Sher Tyran saw a figure stand up from the seat. Sher Chuji. Sher Tyran had never imagined that his own brother would be the one who had added fuel to the fire and ousted him from his position. This matter could be big or small. But there was no other way around it if someone magnified the problem. I'll have to trouble you today. After I become the head of the family, I'll definitely make sure you guys settle down. Sher Chuji said with a smile. If you had listened to my advice and cooperated with Qingyuan manner, you would not have fallen to such a state. Based on my strength alone, I would not have been able to achieve such a state. You! Sher Tyran shouted angrily. He wished he could kill his own brother with one palm. How dare he betray his friend for glory? He betrayed the entire Sher family. Once the Sher family was involved in such a whirlpool, they would be doomed eternally. However, the current situation seemed to have reached a point of no return. Coming out of the conference hall, Sher Tyran's red eyes gradually disappeared. Only then did it gradually fade away. Now that he was no longer the family head, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because of what had happened today, Sher Tyran also wanted to see his son, Sher Shu. When Sher Tyran had first found out about Sher Shu's situation, he had been in great pain. Although he had not interacted much with Sher Shu over the years, Sher Tyran had secretly cared for him. Otherwise, how could Sher Shu have so many resources in his hands, allowing him to cultivate to his current level? Even the credit for sealing his vitality back then was due to Sher Tyran's actions. If it wasn't for Sher Tyran, no one would have cared about Sher Shu's life or death. When Sher Tyran arrived at Sher Shu's courtyard, he found that there seemed to be a strange fluctuation lingering in the courtyard. It was extremely tyrannical. Because Sher Shu liked quiet places, his courtyard was located in the most remote corner of the Sher family. It was so far away that it was the wilderness behind the mountain. Sher Tyran was worried that someone had attacked Sher Shu. If that was the case, he would not let these people off. Since they dared to attack his son, they had crossed the bottom line. However, when Sher Tyran rushed into the house, there was only Sher Shu around. Moreover, the strange fluctuation was also released from Sher Shu's body. Sher Tyran's gaze landed on the stone tree. He discovered that the stone tree was releasing an exceptionally terrifying power. Following the appearance of this power, Sher Tyran's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Such a powerful power. At this moment, Sher Shu's body was filled with a power that was comparable to his own. That was the Yuan King realm. However, Sher Shu's power had already exceeded his limit. In his current state, there was no way for him to reorganize this power. This was because he had never possessed such a powerful power and had never reached such a level. Immediately, Sher Tyran sat down and injected a force into the stone tree's body. At the same time, he guided and cleared the energy in the stone tree's body. Otherwise, if the energy accumulated together, it would directly cause the stone tree's body to explode. In the end, his body would explode and he would die. This was why Sher Tyran was so shocked. If he had come a little later, Sher Shu would probably have died. He continued to unblock Sher Shu's body for nearly 10 hours. The terrifying power in Sure Shu's body also shocked Sure Tyran. Where did this power come from? It was actually so powerful. Most importantly, Sure Shu was actually able to cultivate. Originally, Sure Shu's dry meridian disease would limit his vitality. Therefore, Sure Shu's physical strength would only get weaker and weaker. However, it was different now. Sure Shu's body was full of vitality and energy. Could it be that Sure Shu's dry meridian disease? He has been cured. Even Sure Tyran could not help but feel excited. This was extremely exciting news. Sure Tyran simply could not believe it. He recalled that Sure Shu had also borrowed money to treat his illness. Now, it seemed that he was really fated to have picked up a treasure. He withdrew his aura. Sure Shu slowly opened his eyes. He was also aware of his own situation. My illness is cured. Chapter 478. Sure Shu and Sure Tyran exchanged glances. Although Sure Shu was still in a state of cultivation at that time, Sure Shu also understood that if it weren't for Sure Tyran's help, he wouldn't have been able to completely absorb and sort out this energy today. There was no need to say anything more between father and son. You're saying that Li Zongjiu from Heavenly Star Medicine Manor gave you a pill that directly cured your dried pulse disease? Sure Tyran asked in astonishment. One had to know that this pill had solved a truly difficult problem that had existed since the beginning of time. This kid must have extraordinary strength. No matter what, you must introduce me to this person. When talking about Li Zongjiu, even Sure Shu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Later on, Sure Shu also learned that because of a mere 5 billion purple yuan, Sure Tyran actually caused his father to lose his position as the head of the family. This made Sure Shu extremely angry. In the past, he didn't have enough strength, but now it was different. With his current strength, he would definitely have a place in the family. No, this won't do. At this moment, the outside world still doesn't know your strength. You can't easily reveal your edge. Continue to wait. You have the dried pulse disease. Now that you've recovered, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Your strength must not be exposed. This will be our family's trump card. We still have to rely on you to deal with Qingyuan Manor. Sure Tyran said. Regarding this matter, Sure Tyran naturally saw it clearly. He absolutely could not allow the Qingyuan villa to control their Sure family. That group of idiots from the Elder Academy were simply a group of idiots. If the Sure family was really handed over to them, it wouldn't be long before they became cannon fodder. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Sure Tyran. The most important thing at this moment was naturally to endure humiliation and bear the burden. All right. Sure Shu's heart was filled with excitement at this moment. At first, he thought that his 10 billion purple yuan had bought a poison. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Li Zongjiu's alchemy skills were definitely 100 times better than his. There was actually such a miraculous person in this world. It was really hard for Sure Shu to believe. Finally, I'm alive. Sure Shu's eyes were burning with incomparable excitement. Heavenly Stellar Medicine Manor. Regarding the matter of Li Zongjiu beating up teacher Kong Zhua, the upper echelons of the academy were enraged. The first to bear the brunt was Ling Yan. As for Ling Yan himself, he was even more confused. Her only 2 students had never been to class on time. She hadn't even seen her students for a long time. Ling Yan even suspected that she had been forgotten by them. As for Kuan Erasure, it was still alright. Occasionally, they would run into each other when they were in a hurry. It seemed that learning under Sun Yu was a good thing for Kuan Erasure. As for Li Zongjiu, if the academy hadn't found her, she wouldn't have known that Li Zongjiu had already entered the Genius Pavilion. Entering the Genius Pavilion was one thing, but why did he beat up teacher Kong Zhua for no reason? There was also this Guosi. Previously, they had heard that there seemed to be some friction between the two of them. However, it was normal for there to be some friction between students. She never imagined that such a thing would happen. This caused Ling Yan's head to swell. Teacher Kong, please calm down. When that kid comes out of the Genius Pavilion, I will definitely make him give you an explanation, Ling Yan said. Given their seniority, she had to give Kong Zhuo enough face. She couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, the problem would be quite serious. Teacher Ling, this is the disciple that you have handed over. When did my heavenly time medicine manner recruit people based on how sinister and vicious they are? Look, this person is so vicious. Expel him, you must expel him. Otherwise, others will think that our heavenly time medicine manor is a scoundrel camp. The reputation that we have built for 100 years will be destroyed in an instant. Kong Zhuo was filled with grief and indignation. His voice was filled with tears, as if he was touching the heavens and earth. Those who didn't know would think that Kong Zhuo was wronged. However, after listening to Kong Zhuo's words, Ling Yan felt extremely embarrassed. Now, she could only wait for Li Zongjiu to come out of the Genius Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get through today. If we calculate according to the time, he should have come out of the Genius Pavilion. If an ordinary student is not strong enough to comprehend the Genius Pavilion for 10 hours, they should be expelled quickly. The Genius Pavilion should have the ability to judge. Maybe he couldn't withstand it and died in there. Guosi sneered. Li Zongjiu had indeed gone to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was something that Guosi had painstakingly comprehended. This Li Zongjiu thought that he was better than him and that he knew some martial arts, so he could enter the Genius Tower. Since he was so confident, then he would make a fool of himself in public. The vastness of the Genius Pavilion was not something that an ordinary person could reach. Send someone up to take a look. The Genius Pavilion has not issued a warning. Even if we go up, we won't be able to bring him out, Kong Zhuo said. In addition to managing the people entering and exiting the Genius Pavilion, he also had another task, which was to study the Genius Pavilion. If the Genius Pavilion judged that the person who challenged the Genius Pavilion was unable to continue, they would directly send the person to the corridor. At that time, they would be able to carry the person down. However, if the person was trapped in the mystery of the Genius Pavilion and couldn't wake up, it would be difficult for the outside world to wake him up. Everything would depend on one's own luck. If the person who challenged the Genius Pavilion had the intention to withdraw and give up, they would be sent out of the Genius Pavilion. It was a place that could continuously train the students and help them to break through. The designer of the Genius Pavilion was simply a genius. It would benefit thousands of future generations. What is the meaning of the red light from the lantern under the eaves? Someone at the side said. This person was from the Academic Affairs Department, not an alchemist. The Genius Pavilion had no interest in this place. It was a place for a group of alchemy madmen to break through. He really didn't know what was so fun about this place. The red light represents a closed state. The Genius Pavilion is an octagonal building, but there are 4 lanterns on each floor. When the floor is unlocked, a lantern will light up. Once a small obstacle is broken, the red light will change to a green light. Look at the 8th floor. It is because of Guosi's breakthrough that the green light lit up. Now it is already in an unlocked state. Teacher Kong, isn't that the 9th floor? The person from the Academic Affairs Department carefully counted. Indeed, the first red light on the 9th floor had already lit up. Was your mathematics taught by a martial arts teacher? You can't even count clearly, yet you can still join the Academic Affairs Department. Now you have only unlocked the 8th floor. How can you count to the 9th floor? When Kong Zhuo raised his head to look. The lantern on the 9th floor was as dazzling as the scorching sun. Chapter 479. Kong Zhuo couldn't help but widen his eyes. He even counted from top to bottom and from bottom to top several times. It was indeed the 9th floor. Hiss! How is this possible? How is this possible? The 8th floor has only been opened for a short period of time. How is it possible for someone to rush to the 9th floor? Kong Zhuo couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately led everyone to rush up. When they arrived at the entrance of the 9th floor, they saw a bunch of keys hanging on the door. Obviously, the 9th floor had already been opened. The 3 challenges of the 8th floor had all been cleared by someone. Who else has reached the 8th floor today? After breaking through a floor, the challenger's habit was to take the keys and directly walk to the floor to open the door. At the same time, it was also a form of reporting to let others know which floor he was on. If there was a problem, remember to come and save him. Kong Zhuo asked, but the elders on duty shook their heads. Except for Li Zhongjiu, no one else has entered the Genius Tower from the outside. In the afternoon, the Genius Tower has been temporarily sealed. Kong Zhuo woke up in a short period of time and immediately sealed the Genius Tower. Since then, no one had entered. Now, they had been guarding here for a long time, but they didn't see Li Zhongjiu appear. Therefore, they were puzzled. They were all guessing in their hearts. Although it was very unlikely, the person who entered the 9th floor was most likely Li Zhongjiu. Only Li Zhongjiu would act so unconventionally. Ling Yan's eyes were shining. Originally, he was still thinking about how to help Li Zhongjiu escape. Although Li Zhongjiu escaped most of the time, there was no need for Ling Yan to worry about him. However, this time, the person he provoked was more serious. It was not a matter that could be solved with fists and feet. Even Kong Zhuo's identity had a certain influence in the Xingyan dynasty. It was because of this that Kong Zhuo was so popular. With his identity and seniority, ordinary people naturally couldn't surpass him. But he never expected that. The moment Li Zhongjiu made a move, he directly solved the difficult problem of the Genius Tower's 8th level. This was equivalent to directly raising the level of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If the remaining instructors could enter the Genius Tower to comprehend, they would definitely be able to raise their level by a lot in a short period of time. Comparatively speaking, the overall strength of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor would definitely be at a higher level. Li Zhongjiu had made such a great contribution to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Perhaps this matter could be easily covered up. Although it could not be said that the merit did not make up for the fault, when the merit was too great, there was no way to blame him. Perhaps Li Zhongjiu himself did not realize the extent of this, but this would be a huge breakthrough for the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Impossible, I'll go take a look. It's definitely not that guy. Guosi immediately cried out in alarm. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Guosi took the key and walked in. However, it only took a few minutes. The alarm of the Genius Tower rang directly. Then, the door opened with a bang, and a figure was directly sent out. Bang! Guosi fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His eyes were unfocused. At this moment, the force he had to endure was clearly extremely terrifying. Guosi had wanted to rush in, but he was still thrown out in the end. Such an outcome was really shocking. Obviously, Guosi wanted to stay in there, but in the end, he was directly sent out by the Genius Tower. No, with Guosi's level, there's no way he can stay on the 9th level. Seeing this, Kong Zhuo also realized why Guosi would appear in this place. It was because Guosi's level was not high enough. If Guosi could take the initiative to withdraw, there wouldn't be such a scene now. Now that he was thrown out, and from the looks of it, it would be difficult for him to recover in this state without 10 days to half a month. Quickly, carry him out. The pitiful Guosi was immediately carried out. The remaining people also gathered in front of the Genius Tower, watching the current situation. Everyone was shocked and amazed by the changes in the Genius Tower. Even Guosi could not stay on the 9th level for more than 5 minutes. Let alone the others. The experts on the alchemist ranking did not have a huge gap. Although it was very likely that the strength of the 2 people in front was stronger than Guosi, it was absolutely not overwhelming. Therefore, under similar circumstances, even they did not have the ability to deduce in the 9th level. This kid is really awesome. When Ling Yan saw this scene, he was extremely shocked in his heart. In his heart, he already knew that the monster who rushed to the 9th level must be Li Zhongjiu. Other than Li Zhongjiu, no one else had such strength. The Genius Tower could not be faked. Moreover, it was very difficult to continue hiding one's strength in the Genius Tower. In the Genius Tower, one would unknowingly display all of one's skills. Whether one was truly capable or not, one would know after entering the Genius Tower. Wait a moment. If one passes the 8th level, there will definitely be a reward. Something will definitely appear in the Genius Tower. The things that appear will be a great contribution to the alchemy world. Where are the rewards? Kongjua suddenly said. These things were extremely important. The reason why the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor had so many advanced techniques compared to the outside world was because of some of the documents that were rewarded by the Genius Tower. However, these things were usually brought out by the students. One could comprehend them by oneself and enjoy the privilege of comprehending them first. However, one must hand these things over to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor studied them for 10 years, these things would then belong to them. After all, the Genius Tower was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Therefore, this request was not too excessive. After all, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor grew stronger. It would be extremely beneficial for them. However, Li Zhongjiu did not appear and no one was able to enter the 8th level. The only person who was able to enter, and perhaps had a chance to reach the end and retrieve the items, was directly thrown out because he had forcefully barged in. Until now, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Damn it! He must have embezzled the documents. I must arbitrate and punish this kid. He covets the items of my Genius Tower and is selfish. We must get rid of this malignant tumor. Kongjua himself was furious, but very few people listened to him. He was a genius who had reached the 9th level. Even if Kongjua was of noble birth, he might not be able to punish him. When a person's achievements rose to a certain level, he was not someone that could be killed with just a few words. Chapter 480. Genius Tower. The mysterious person who had rushed into the 9th floor did not stop his footstep. His feet continued to move forward. In a short period of half a month, he had directly stepped into the 10th floor. This matter had even alarmed Vice Dean Qi Dan. However, after Qi Dan inquired and found out that the person in the Genius Tower was Li Zhongjiu, he did not say much. He only instructed that the person's identity was not to be announced to the public for the time being. Although they were 99% sure that the person inside was Li Zhongjiu, they still had to be extremely cautious and not make any mistake. At the same time, it was also a protective measure to prevent information about Li Zhongjiu's identity from being leaked. Otherwise, who knew how many people in the city would be staring at Li Zhongjiu? Even a strand of Li Zhongjiu's hair could be auctioned off. In Monarch City, almost everyone was a group of greedy people. Once they found out that Li Zhongjiu had some value, they would definitely flock to Li Zhongjiu and squeeze him dry. It was not easy for such a good seedling to appear. How could they let Li Zhongjiu be destroyed by these people? However, everyone had heard about the mysterious man's adventures in the Genius Tower. Most of the people were discussing how far the mysterious man could go in the Genius Tower. Li Zhongjiu's footsteps had only stopped at the 10th floor. Logically speaking, this continuous deduction was something that consumed a lot of energy. It was already very impressive that he could stop at this moment. With so much energy, it was enough to support him until now. It was already very impressive. He should at least come out and take a breather. There were less than 3 days left until the Origin Weapon Conference on the 10th of October. However, during these 2 days, Xiao Zhao had been running back and forth between the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and Li Zhongjiu's manor. He had even left this message dozens of times. However, he still did not receive a reply from Li Zhongjiu. Could it be that this guy was afraid, so he went into hiding? If that was the case, it would be a huge blow to the 7-star fire room. Li Zhongjiu, could it be that he ran away? But there is no need for him to run away. He didn't even get any reward. Xiao Zhao was also very anxious. How could Li Zongjiu disappear just like that? No matter how hard he tried, he could not contact Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had never even seen the Raging Flames dragon catcher before, so there was no way he would be able to execute it. He would need at least 2 or 3 days to familiarize himself with the origin weapon in his hand. Moreover, it was such a powerful origin weapon. He would need even more time to familiarize himself with it and master its operation. Xiao Zhao was waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. 2 days passed in a flash. It was already the 9th of October. However, Li Zongjiu was still nowhere to be seen. Poor Xiao Zhao had been waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor for 2 whole days. He did not even dare to leave, fearing that Li Zongjiu would disappear from under his eyes if he was not careful. Even the young mistress had been urging him several times. "It's over, it's over. My career is ruined." When Xiao Zhao saw a ray of light in the sky, it seemed like a demon was slowly walking towards Xiao Zhao. The 7-star Fire Rooms team had already set off. Fortunately, the young miss had prepared a backup plan in order to prevent failure in this origin weapon conference. She had invited a martial arts genius from the Imperial Martial Pavilion. This martial arts genius had been born in the grasslands. However, he had displayed great talent and strength in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. He was quickly recruited by a mysterious person. As a result, he had made rapid progress. During this period of time, the martial arts genius from the Imperial Martial Pavilion was the one who had shown the brightest. Although there was a certain degree of risk in using these youngsters, under Song Jieyu's strong request, 2 youngsters were sent to fight for their raging dragon slaying flames. At the top of the Golden Mountain, the people from the various origin artifact stores had also arrived and gathered at this place. Outside an open-air arena, tables and chairs were placed all around, and the flag of their stores was inserted into the ground. 3 tables and chairs were placed at the front of the 7-star Fire Room. Song Jiyu had also arrived early. Sitting at the side was a man wearing a white Han Chinese robe. He had a 9-winged flying phoenix belt around his waist. Just this belt, which looked like a shoelace, was worth nearly 1,000,000 gold yuan. Such extravagance did not seem to belong to a warrior who had been born in the grasslands. However, his talent was great and the potential he had displayed had also attracted the attention of many people. It could be said that he had reached the sky in a single step through his own effort. However, Song Jiyu realized that the young man beside her was very bold. His gaze was extremely dishonest as it swept back and forth across Song Jiyu's body. Song Jiyu could not help but feel disgusted. "I heard that other than me, there is another person who will fight for the 7-star Fire Room. In my opinion, there is no need for that. Let that kid go back to where he came from. With me, Jean Buffon, by Miss Song's side, there is nothing for Miss Song to worry about." The man opened his mouth and said, "I naturally trust young Master Jean's skills. However, there are only 2 spots for this conference. It is only a backup plan." Song Jiyu said indifferently, "If young Master Jean has the time, you can first understand the strength of your opponent." As he said that, his subordinate placed a stack of information in front of Jean Buffon. "There is no need to waste time on this. There are only 2 opponents who can enter my eyes. One is the Dragon Axe Elder from the Qing Yuan Mountain Villa, and the other is the Southwest Sword Sect. The rest are not worthy of fighting with me." Jean Buffon pushed away the information in his hand and seemed to move closer to Song Jiyu. "I heard that Miss Song likes to admire flowers. The 100-Flower Festival will be in a few days. I wonder if Miss Song is interested? Let's talk about it after young Master Jean wins today's competition." Song Jiyu also smiled slightly. She had seen many self-righteous and disgusting people like this in her daily life. Therefore, she did not think much of it. Did he really think that he could stand at the same height as her after climbing up the tree? That was simply wishful thinking. If this Jean Buffon could restrain himself a little, perhaps Song Jiayu would think more highly of him. But now, he completely gave off the feeling of a petty person intoxicated by success. This caused Song Jiayu to become extremely cold. Although this Jean Buffon was disgusting, there was still value in him that could be unearthed. Once he no longer had any value, Song Jiayu would directly abandon him. It was the same for everyone. However, Song Jiayu also turned her head to look at the seat beside her. This Li Zongjiu actually did not appear until now. This caused Song Jiayu's heart to be filled with dissatisfaction. As expected, there was not a single reliable person among these young people. Chapter 481. In front of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Xiao Zhao leaned against the carriage. She had never cultivated before, so she naturally could not withstand the sleepiness. It was already very good that she was able to endure for 2 days. Just as Xiao Zhao was about to fall asleep, she felt someone patting her shoulder. Who is it? Xiao Zhao rubbed her eyes in a daze. She seemed to want to turn around and continue sleeping, but she suddenly thought of something, and her whole person suddenly woke up. Li Zongjiu. When Xiao Zhao saw the person beside her, her eyes suddenly widened. You finally appeared? What time is it now? Don't worry, we are about to reach the Golden Mountain. However, the panda eyes on your face are indeed a little exaggerated. You will feel better after eating this elixir. As Li Zongjiu said, he handed a 5-colored elixir to Xiao Zhao. As the brilliance on top of the elixir flowed, it seemed to emit a kind of mesmerizing temptation, constantly attracting Xiao Zhao to eat it. Xiao Zhao swallowed her saliva after seeing it. Then I will eat it. Xiao Zhao swallowed the elixir at once and immediately felt that her exhausted body was filled with vitality again. Even her body that had not washed for 2 days gradually dissipated at this moment. Finally, a trace of fragrance filled the air, and the fatigue in her body was also swept away at this moment. This made Xiao Zhao could not help but exclaim in amazement. This elixir is really amazing, Xiao Zhao said in surprise. What kind of elixir is this? It's nothing, just a high-grade 5 elixir. Li Zongjiu said lightly, but his words made Xiao Zhao instantly shocked. She could not believe that she had just eaten a high-grade 5 elixir. How is this? Xiao Zhao immediately became a little flustered. A level 5 high-grade elixir, even if she had a lifetime of salary, she would not be able to afford it. How could such a thing happen? Li Zongjiu actually gave her such a precious elixir. Li Zongjiu slowly said when he saw Xiao Zhao panicking like a rabbit and not knowing what to do. I'm just kidding. It's just a grade 1 pill that I casually concocted. It's just to refresh the mind. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Xiao Zhao wished she could take off her shoes and crazily hit Li Zongjiu's head. He actually dared to tease her like this. But after thinking about it carefully for a while, Xiao Zhao also noticed. The effect of this 1st-grade medicinal pill of yours is even better than the 3rd-grade medicinal pills I've eaten before. May I ask, what's your alchemy level? Xiao Zhao asked carefully, afraid that her question would cause Li Zongjiu to be dissatisfied. In fact, this was a taboo question for most experts. What kind of strength one possessed would naturally be kept a secret. If one were to tell others about it openly, wouldn't that be exposing one's own weakness in front of others? But Xiao Zhao was extremely curious, so she asked this question. At the same time, she carefully observed Li Zongjiu's expression to see if there were any changes. Li Zongjiu seemed to have entered a serious state of thinking. Well, you may not believe it, but it's about grade 9. When Xiao Zhao heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes at Li Zongjiu. You really have the nerve to say such words. It really made Xiao Zhao feel proud of your cultivation. I believe that it will be possible in the future. However, Xiao Zhao did not expose Li Zongjiu. Instead, he encouraged him. The speed of this carriage is too slow. If we go up the mountain, I don't know what will happen. Xiao Zhao also frowned. In the next second, Li Zongjiu directly grabbed Xiao Zhao's shoulder and threw him towards the sky. Boom! Ah! Xiao Zhao's figure instantly rose into the air and flew towards the sky. And Xiao Zhao was so scared that he screamed. He never thought that one day he would be thrown into the sky. Then, Xiao Zhao felt that someone was lifting his clothes, and his body suddenly fell at this moment. Whoosh! Xiao Zhao was so scared that he tightly hugged Li Zongjiu's arm and did not dare to open his eyes for a long time. However, after a moment of nervousness, Xiao Zhao immediately realized that the surrounding situation seemed to be a little strange. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was already at the top of the mountain and in front of his family's Mississippi. He was still tightly hugging one of Li Zongjiu's arms. After she came to her senses, she immediately flung Li Zongjiu's hand away. In her panic, her face turned red. She did not expect that the situation would develop into such a situation. Just a moment ago they were still at the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the young lady. Furthermore, they were in such an ambiguous position. This immediately caused Xiao Zhao to feel so ashamed that she did not dare to face anyone. But he still braced himself and walked in front of Miss, and reported in a low voice. Miss Li Zongjiu is here. Song Jiu glanced at Xiao Zhao, and then looked at Li Zongjiu, who was casually walking over, and her heart was filled with anger. Not to mention that he was late, he actually dared to flirt with her assistant. She was really blind to have invited these two over. But even though she was cursing in her heart, she still had to greet them with a smile on her face. Young Master Li, we meet again. We've met before? Li Zongjiu asked with a puzzled face. It seemed that he had never seen Song Jiu before. Young Master Li is really a person of high status with short memories. Previously, when you were buying yuan weapons with a girl in the 7-star flame room, I was there as well. Oh, I remember now. You also gave me a set of thunder sound short arrows to curry favor with me. Li Zongjiu suddenly realized. When he was buying things in the 7-star flame room, he went with Santong. At that time, he encountered some trouble, and it was Song Jiu who came forward to solve it. But it was so long ago. For Li Zongjiu, it was already very good that he could remember. Okay, let bygones be bygones. Sit down. Li Zongjiu said. There were a total of 3 chairs at the front. Li Zongjiu directly sat on the chair in the middle. Why are you in a daze? Sit down. Song Jiu wanted to stab Li Zongjiu to death because that was her seat. But now that Li Zongjiu sat on it, she could only sit beside him. She couldn't ask Li Zongjiu to move away. In the end, Song Jiu also signaled Xiao Zhao to leave first, and she also sat down. Miss Song, even if you are looking for a substitute, you should find someone more steady. If he doesn't even have a sense of time, no matter where he goes, he will be trash. Chapter 482. The thing that Song Jiu was most worried about had happened. When these two bastards met, it was inevitable that something like this would happen. Obviously, Jean Buffon did not put Li Zongjiu in his eyes at all. If they were to fight among themselves now, wouldn't it be a joke to outsiders? Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at the person beside him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Remember, my name is Jean. Before Jean Buffon could finish his words, Li Zongjiu directly slapped him. The speed of the slap was extremely fast. Although Jean Buffon knew that he would anger Li Zongjiu, he did not expect Li Zongjiu to actually dare to attack him directly. He was too arrogant and did not care about the big picture. But most importantly, Jean Buffon only had time to see the slap coming. He had no way to dodge it. His eyes could see it, but his body could not keep up with the speed of the slap. Slap. Li Zongjiu's slap landed on Jean Buffon's face and sent him flying. With a bang, Jean Buffon fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. Jean Buffon only felt that he was seeing stars, but at this moment, he only had one thought. And that was to kill Li Zongjiu. He actually dared to attack him in front of so many people. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. This made Jean Buffon extremely angry. After shaking his head, the yuan energy around his body began to condense. Bang! A chair directly smashed on Jean Buffon's head, directly smashing his body back to the ground. Eccentric, what the hell is this? Li Zhongjie threw the wreckage of the chair on Jean Buffon's body. If Li Zhongjie wanted to hit someone, he did not need to care about the occasion or the time. After living for so many years, he could see through people's morals with a single glance. Therefore, when it came to Jean Buffon, he didn't say a word and directly knocked him down. Even Han Wuxiu couldn't avoid Li Zhongjie's slap, let alone this guy who hadn't even graduated from the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Song Jieyu's eyelids twitched. Wasn't Li Zhongjie a little too ruthless and decisive in his actions? Even in this noisy venue, it did not attract too much attention. After all, the venue was in a state of chaos. Many people did not even have a proper reaction to what had happened. Originally, this person was here to replace Li Zhongjie in the event that he failed. However, in front of the powerful Li Zhongjie, he did not even have any effect. He was directly taken down. This caused Song Jieiyu to be unable to react. However, these things still had to be done. She quickly ordered people to drag Jean Buffon away. She thought that Jean Buffon would be a king, but he was not even a bronze. You haven't seen the Raging Flames Dragon Catcher. I'll let Xiao Zhao bring you down to familiarize yourself with it. Song Jieiyu asked. This was related to the appearance of their new yuan tool. Therefore, they had to improve their reputation. Now that Jean Buffon was eliminated by their own people, the only one left was naturally Li Zhongjie. All hope was on Li Zhongjie. Song Jieiyu did not want any trouble. As of now, although they did not directly pay the commission, the Raging Flames Dragon Catcher's production cost was not low. It was equivalent to hundreds of millions of yuan. No need. I'm more familiar with the Raging Flames Dragon Catcher than you, Li Zhongjie said indifferently. At the same time, he was flipping through a scroll in his hand. This scroll was brought out by Li Zhongjie from the Genius Pavilion. As the saying goes, one can learn the new by reviewing the old. It was necessary to take out and study some aspects that he had not touched before. Li Zhongjie was also good at finding his own weakness. Only then could he break through his own limits and find his own weakness. Only then could he break through his own weakness. More familiar than me. When she heard these words, Song Jieiyu almost had the impulse to explode. She thought that Li Zhongjie was a powerful person, but she never thought that the latter was also an arrogant and shameless person. Some of the design inspirations of the Raging Flames Dragon Catcher were even participated in by her, and she still boasted so shamelessly. Coupled with the fact that she had ignored Song Jieyu's charms in the beginning, there was no time or opportunity for him to take revenge on her. Fine, then I'll see what kind of ability you have today. It would be best if he made a fool of himself in front of everyone and was directly blown to death. That would naturally satisfy Song Jieiyu. These are some information about your opponent. If you're interested, you can take a look first. Not interested, Li Zhongjie said. Someone had already cleared the arena, and there were some singing and dancing performances going on. It was very pleasing to the eye, and could be said to be quite rich. The organizer was also the city's Commerce Alliance. The Commerce Alliance did not participate in the competition, but was responsible for providing manpower and effort to hold this Origin Weapon Conference well. This time, there were more than 15 merchant forces participating in the Origin Weapon Conference, and those who were not selected had more than 100 kinds of Origin weapons of different levels. If they could win the King of Origin Weapons this time, it would be a milestone victory for the 7 Stars Fire Room. They would win this honor for 2 consecutive years. Who would have thought that Li Zhongjie didn't care about his opponent's situation at all? He was even more unreliable than Jean Buffon. At the very least, Jean Buffon would have some understanding of these things and roughly know the strength of each person. After all, this information was painstakingly collected and naturally, it was very valuable. Song Jiyu could not tolerate Li Zongjiu's unreliable behavior. Even if Li Zongjiu did not look at it, she was obligated to explain the situation clearly. Naturally, you don't have to worry about the rest, but there are two people you must pay attention to. One is the person invited by Sky Sword Pavilion, nicknamed Southwest Sword Master, who is at the peak of Origin Ancestor Realm. The other is the Dragon Axe Elder invited by Blade Axe Pavilion, whose strength is unusually strong, even above Southwest Sword Master. This person comes from Qingyuan Villa. Pa. Li Zongjiu put away the scroll in his hand and looked at Song Jiu. Where is the one from Qingyuan Villa? Li Zongjiu asked. In his heart, he could not help but think that Qingyuan Villa was really mischievous. No matter where he went, he would meet these people from Qingyuan Villa. This allowed Li Zongjiu to have something to amuse himself with after a meal. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was finally interested, Song Jiu heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God, he was finally interested. The Dragon Axe Elder, who carries an axe called the Dragon Bone Axe Handle all year round, should be that person. That side is also full of people from Blade Axe Pavilion. The reputation of Blade Axe Pavilion in Sacred Flame Royal City was not inferior to the 7-star Fire Room. The yuan weapons of the 7-star Fire Room were strange, but they were involved in all kinds of industries. However, Blade Axe Pavilion specialized in research and forging, bold and decisive. It was precisely these two items that allowed them to establish an extremely huge foundation and an explosive reputation. This allowed everyone to know that the Saber Axe Pavilion's sabers and axes were the strongest items in Sacred Flame Royal City. In addition, Sky Sword Pavilion was also an expert in forging sword-related yuan weapons. If there were people who really liked powerful sword-related yuan weapons, most of them would choose to purchase them from Sky Sword Pavilion. Chapter 483. Li Zongjiu immediately spotted the so-called Dragon Axe Elder. His body was lean and muscular, and his skin was tanned. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he constantly scanned the arena. However, wherever his gaze landed, it was basically a group of young ladies. He was already so old, yet he was still interested in such things. Li Zongjiu instantly sneered in his heart. Are there any rules in this arena? Li Zongjiu asked. If there are any rules, the competition will be based on the way the arena is defended. The one who can challenge for victory and successfully defend the arena to the end will be the winner. At the same time, during this process, you are not allowed to use excessive yuan power. You can only use the yuan tool in your hand. Of course, this competition will naturally be based on the rules. If there are any accidents in the process, we will naturally not be responsible. After all, this is a yuan tool and not a child's play. After Li Zongjiu heard this, he was extremely satisfied with the rules and immediately nodded his head. That's good. Where's my yuan tool? Song Jiu raised her hand and someone brought a rectangular box that was about half a meter long and placed it in front of Li Zongjiu. The item in the box seemed to be extremely heavy. It's here. This is my 7-star Fire Room's newest offensive yuan tool, Raging Dragon Slaying. When she spoke of this yuan tool, Song Jiu had a hint of pride in her voice. After all, the birth of this yuan tool had cost the 7-star Fire Room a lot of effort. Li Zongjiu opened the yuan tool and immediately saw a familiar face in front of him. His eyes revealed a sense of nostalgia, as if he was reminiscing about an old friend. Compared to the scheming and deceitful people in this world, Li Zongjiu preferred to stay with these cold yuan tools because they would not betray him. Instead, they would help him kill people. Such a thought was naturally extremely terrifying. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was extremely normal. After all, those who had stayed for a long time would mostly like these emotionless things. The design of this raging dragon catcher was quite advanced. It looked more like a fully armed sword case. There were a few buttons and switches on it, as well as a trigger. If an ordinary person didn't have the instructions, it would be very difficult for them to get this raging dragon catcher right. They might even fire it at themselves. There was an inlaid hole in the front and 3 crystals were placed beside it. These were all energy sources. Without these crystals, there was no way to activate the Raging Flames dragon capture. He had originally thought that Li Zongjiu would scoff at the origin tool in his hand and the Raging Flames dragon capturing. After all, many people thought that this thing was flashy but not practical. It didn't look useful at all. However, when Song Jieyu saw Li Zongjiu's eyes, there wasn't the slightest disdain or contempt. Instead, there was a kind of appreciation and nostalgia. This was also a great affirmation for them. To be able to create such a origin tool, at least to be able to obtain Li Zongjiu's recognition, was naturally quite good. I now announce that this year's Origin Tool Grand Competition officially begins. Who is willing to be the first to come up and be the champion of the arena to receive challenges from all sides? After a song and dance performance, a white-haired old man spoke a lot of things on the arena. Now, the grand competition had finally begun. As soon as he finished speaking, someone directly jumped onto the arena. He cupped his fists towards the old man, then towards the surrounding people. My Sky Hammer Blacksmith Workshop spent 100 years researching and improving. Today I, Yuan, am here, holding my Sky Hammer Blacksmith Workshop's 100/star shattering blade. I hope that everyone will not be stingy with your guidance. Yuan, who was on the arena, held a long blade that was half his body. The back of the blade was embedded with 9 thick copper rings. It was majestic and domineering. This Sky Hammer Blacksmith Workshop is an old faction that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Yuan clan. The quality of their blades is indeed not bad. However, under most circumstances, these blades are only suitable for strength-type experts. Sometimes, when the Empire is lacking in military equipment, they will let the Sky Hammer Blacksmith Workshop act as a backup. Song Jieyu, who was beside him, patiently explained. As an expert in weapon sales, it was natural to know oneself and know one's enemy in order to be victorious in every battle. There were many such top workshops in the market. The 7-star workshop was able to do step by step until now because of their own ability and the support of a large group of people. That was why they could reach where they were today. Yes. It was unknown whether Li Zongjiu listened or not. He merely looked at the scroll in his hand and responded without raising his head. When Song Jieyu saw Li Zongjiu's attitude, she was naturally incomparably angry. She, the dignified eldest miss of the 7-star workshop, was speaking to you. Even if you didn't understand, you should at least pretend to understand and at least respond. What was the meaning of this perfunctory response? Was it a polite reply? If it's a competition of blades, then naturally, the blades of my Blade Axe Pavilion will dominate the world. Senior Dragon Axe, sorry to trouble you. A person from the Blade Axe Pavilion stood up and spoke respectfully to an old man beside him. When the old man heard this, he snorted softly, as if his vanity had been greatly satisfied. Immediately, he also stood up slowly. He took a heavy saber axe from the Saber Axe Pavilion's hand. My Blade Axe Pavilion invites Elder Dragon Axe to battle. This battle's divine weapon is the iron-blooded golden blade axe. A blade axe that released a brilliant light appeared under the sunlight. When the sunlight fell, everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. This golden light also illuminated Li Zongjiu. This old man is going up? When he saw Elder Dragon Axe going up, Li Zongjiu subconsciously grabbed the raging dragon capturing flames and almost rushed up. Fortunately, Song Jieyu held on tightly. What are you doing? He just went up. The competition is about one-on-one. Bystanders can't interfere. If you rush up like this, it's against the rules. Song Jieyu hurriedly said. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll wait a little longer. After saying that, Li Zongjiu sat back down. Song Jieyu also kept holding her forehead. She should have found a normal person to help her. Even now, she didn't know if Li Zongjiu knew how to use the raging dragon capturing flames. On the field, Elder Dragon Axe's aura was extremely strong. Upon seeing this, Yuan Lai from the Yuan clan was somewhat fearful. However, he still braced himself and charged forward. After all, this was a Yuan weapon competition, and it did not mean that the one with the stronger Yuan power would be the victor. A good weapon naturally needed an expert to use it in order to display its power. Star-shattering slash! Yuan Lai roared, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the long blade in his hand. It was as if he could easily shatter a star in front of him. Trash, trash! When Elder Dragon Axe saw this, he only smiled disdainfully. Chapter 484. The Iron Blood Golden Blade Axe in front of the Dragon Axe Old Man also suddenly emitted a golden light formation at this moment. Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Boom! This aura came from the Iron Blood Golden Saber Axe, not the Dragon Axe Elder's own aura. The Dragon Axe Elder swung the saber axe, which was almost as tall as a person, towards the star-shattering slash. Boom! The two berserk blades collided at this moment. Yuan Lai's figure was the first to fly out. The 100-slash star-shattering blade in his hand instantly flew out. When the 100-slash star-shattering blade landed to the side, Yuan Lai's hands were also greatly shaken. At this moment, he crawled up with a shocked expression in his eyes. You broke the rules," Yuan Lai pointed at the Dragon Axe Elder and said. The Dragon Axe Elder had obviously used his hidden strength in that move. Otherwise, how could he have been shaken off by the collision of the blades? Although he was not as skilled as the Dragon Axe Elder, he had blatantly broken the rules. Everyone was not blind, and they knew that he did not put the Merchant Union in his eyes at all. However, a member of the Ironware Merchant Union, who was a notary, did not say much. Haha, Yuan Lai, you are not as generous as your father. You have lost. I have to admit that your blade is not bad. It can be guaranteed that it did not break under our Iron Blood Golden Saber Axe Elder. Haha. The Deputy Pavilion Master of the Saber Axe Pavilion stood up and laughed. There were not many opponents who could compete with them. In addition, the vicious and merciless Old Man Dragon Axe had made his move. He did not give them any face at all. With such a vicious person present, what was there to be afraid of? It was important to win the final victory, but it was also necessary to shine in the beginning. You don't have to be polite. Just challenge me. The Dragon Axe Elder did not walk down. Instead, he stuck the Iron Blood Golden Saber Axe on the ground and leaned on it. In this way, he seemed to be waiting for the enemy to come up and continue to chop them into pieces. Many people had yet to react to the Dragon Axe Elder's blade and axe. Yi Shiwen was defeated in one move, but his opponent's 100-slash-star shattering blade didn't suffer any damage. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the 100-slash-star shattering blade was very tyrannical, but it was at a disadvantage because of its user. Can I go now? Immediately, Li Zongjiu raised his raging dragonslayer and walked forward. He didn't even need Song Jieyu's permission. Clearly, he wasn't asking for Song Jieyu's permission. According to Song Jieyu's opinion, they would still choose to wait. After all, if Li Zongjiu were to walk up right now, it would mean that he would have to deal with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's members in a moment. Moreover, the advantage of using a weapon like Raging Flames was the element of surprise. Everyone present was an expert. By the time he was ready to fire, his opponent would have long since dodged the attack. However, before he could say anything, he saw Li Zongjiu walk up to the ring. Song Jiyu had no choice. She had to die sooner or later. She gestured to Xiao Zhao beside her. Xiao Zhao immediately took a step forward. The 7-star Firehouse is here to challenge you. This time, the Yuan weapon of the 7-star Firehouse is a control-type Yuan weapon, Raging Dragonslayer. The user is Li Zongjiu, the top of the new student ranking in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Xiao Zhao's clear and loud voice spread throughout the whole arena. Everyone could hear it clearly. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the long metal tool in Li Zongjiu's hand. 2 long pitch-black pipes protruded from it. It seemed that this thing was the real threat, but it looked like a child's toy no matter how one looked at it. Only now did Li Zongjiu know that these people had given him the title of the top of the freshman list. It was really embarrassing. He was already so old, but he still had to compete with these little brats for the top position. It was really embarrassing. However, these people didn't know. The Dragon Axe Elder also looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him. He was actually a child. He saw the strange yuan weapon in Li Zongjiu's hand. If one had to describe this yuan weapon, it looked like 2 pitch-black pipes inlaid together. The handle was slightly slender. Could be held with 1 hand or with 2 hands. There was also a groove in front of the handle. At this moment, there was a yuan energy crystal embedded in the groove. Could these 2 pitch-black pipes kill people? Could this thing be called a yuan weapon? Let me tell you. Only something that can kill people can be called a yuan weapon. Is there no one in the 7-star firehouse this year? They actually let a child come up with a toy. You guys are really good. If you want to attract attention, you guys are definitely the most eye-catching one this year. Ha! The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion suddenly laughed. Although Li Zongjiu was the new king from the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion, it didn't have the slightest impact on them. What's more, everyone in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion was a bunch of crazy alchemists. If they were to use yuan weapons to fight, it would be better to just give them a medicine cauldron and let them go around smashing people. Song Jieyu and the others didn't say anything. The other party just wanted to wait for an opportunity to suppress the 7-star firehouse. It didn't matter. As long as they could win in the end, it wouldn't be a problem. Are you from the Qingyuan villa? Li Zongjiu looked at the Dragon Axe Elder opposite him and asked faintly. When he was asked about his identity, the Dragon Axe Elder's face seemed to have a kind of uncontrollable pride. That's right. If you want to join the villa, you have to find me first. The Dragon Axe Elder's face suddenly revealed an extremely proud expression. Well, that's good. Do you have anything to say later? I'm afraid you won't have time later. Li Zongjiu asked kindly. When the Dragon Axe Elder heard Li Zongjiu's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this brat talking about? Could it be that he wants me to leave behind my last words? How dare you tease me? Watch me chop your head off. The Dragon Axe Elder immediately roared and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The iron-blooded golden blade axe in his hand also swung around and chopped towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! That tyrannical power instantly lifted up the floorboards on the ground. Li Zongjiu's figure didn't move an inch. When he felt the power sweeping towards him, he also took a step back. He instantly lifted the Fury Dragon capturing in his hand. It was like a long spear, and it instantly flew out. Bang! The Fury Dragon capturing instantly collided with the iron-blooded golden blade axe. Clang! When the two collided, there was also a shift in the movement. Li Zongjiu's figure moved to the side, dodging the blade and axe that fell from the sky and chopped the ground with his shoes. The pitch-black barrel in Li Zongjiu's hand was directly pressed against the Dragon Axe Elder's cheek. What? The Dragon Axe Elder didn't know how Li Zongjiu did it. In the next second, he saw the yuan energy crystal in the groove light up. The Dragon Axe Elder's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! Chapter 485. Li Zongjiu directly released the furious dragon capturing attack. In an instant, the Dragon Axe Elder's head exploded. His entire head directly exploded on the spot, spurting out flames from the furious dragon capturing attack. At this moment, she was displaying her unique charm and frightening side. When the flames gradually subsided, the people in the audience did not even have time to react. Even Song Jieyu, whose heart was fluctuating, was in a state of suspense. Before she could relax, she saw Li Zongjiu directly explode the Dragon Axe Elder's head. Was this a magic trick? That was a human life, and he was directly hung up and beaten to death. Although there was no one present who had not seen a dead person, but the person whose head had been directly blown up in the ring was an expert from Qing Yuan Villa, Old Man Dragon Axe. Dead? Dead? Song Jiyu took a closer look. That Old Man Dragon Axe was already dead to the point that he couldn't be more dead. Although this situation was unexpected, it was still within reason. However, this was merely a display of Li Zongjiu's strength. It did not explain how powerful the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer was. Li Zongjiu did not seem to be satisfied, and directly used the Furious Dragon Capturing Attack again. With a boom, a flame spurted out from within. The terrifying flame instantly burned the Dragon Axe Elder's corpse until there was nothing left. The only thing left was the iron-blooded golden saber axe. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion could not sit still. Referee, this guy actually used a dirty trick. He is here to kill, not to compete with you on weapon. My origin tool is still fine, but he killed someone. What's going on? The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion immediately stood up and shouted. Originally, it was nothing, but later Li Zongjiu used a move to destroy the corpse, which completely confirmed that Li Zongjiu's purpose was to deal with the Dragon Axe Elder. If the Saber Axe Pavilion's axe is used to kill pigs, it may be more efficient, but if it is used to kill people, it will be a little difficult. Song Jiyu immediately responded with a sneer. At this moment, the 7-star fire room had the advantage. No matter how you quibbled, the loser was the Saber Axe Pavilion, not the 7-star fire room. What could you do now that the person was dead? Apart from the people of the Saber Axe Pavilion who were angry, the rest of the people were also waiting for the show to begin. They were delighted to see the 7-star fire room and the Saber Axe Pavilion squabble. This was a scene of two tigers fighting against each other. Yes, the Saber Axe Pavilion can't do it, you can blame others for being too strong. In my opinion, the Saber Axe Pavilion's weapon in the future, the Saber Pavilion's to make butcher's knives. If you can't even kill pigs, you can kill. Yuan Lai from the Sky Hammer Blacksmith Workshop also stepped forward at this moment. The enemy of an enemy was naturally a friend. In any case, they were already at odds with the Saber Axe Pavilion. Now that they could show some goodwill to the 7-star firehouse, why not? Even in such a weapon origin conference, in fact, various interests were intertwined. If there were no benefits, they would naturally not do it. What does it have to do with you? You're just a group of losers. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion scolded back. Similar scenes happened from time to time. After all, victory and defeat were common in war. However, in this business world, even if one lost on the surface, as long as one used it properly, there was a chance to turn the situation around. As long as one could make money, there was no failure. No matter what one did, it was possible. It seemed that this weapon origin conference would directly turn into a street corner quarrel. Finally, the person in charge of the Ironware Merchant Alliance stood up. Everyone, please calm down. The young hero's performance just now did not violate the rules. What he showed could not only kill people, but also destroy corpses. These belong to the category of weapon origin. There is nothing wrong with it. You can only blame the Dragon Axe Elder for being inferior. The person in charge of the Ironware Merchant Alliance stood up and said. Hearing that the person in charge of the Merchant Alliance had spoken, the person in charge of the Saber Axe Pavilion did not continue to cause trouble. Instead, he sat back down and looked at the young man in his 20s beside him. There was a trace of respect in his eyes. Young Master Chong Hen, next, we can only ask for your help. Facing this young man, even the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion appeared to be extremely respectful and careful. He was extremely careful, fearing that he would accidentally offend the young man in front of him. The young man put down the tea in his hand. Don't worry. Let's wait and see. This kid is very interesting. He actually dares to provoke our Qingyuan villa, young Master Chang Hen said indifferently. Since Li Zongjie loved to show off so much, he would give him a chance to show off. At the end, he would trample him under his feet and let him know that a frog at the bottom of a well like him had nothing to be proud of. However, I am somewhat interested in the origin weapon in his hand. There's also that woman. Young Master Chang Hen's gaze fell on Song Jiu. The charm and confidence that this woman exuded greatly interested young Master Chang Hen. He immediately stepped forward and pushed her down. This woman is the eldest daughter of the 7-star fire branch, Song Jiu. Currently, all the businesses in Royal City are managed by this woman. Song Jiu's ability was extremely well known in the industry. Because Song Jiu was young, the 7-star fire room could only be earned in some small cities, even second-class cities and below. In such a fierce competition in King City, there was no way for her to stand out. However, after this young Song Jiu took over, the reputation of the 7-star fire room had actually been gradually raised. Now it could be considered a giant. This was a huge difference from the situation that everyone was not optimistic about in the beginning. Regardless, even if the enemy was admired, they were still your enemy. Somewhat interesting. The corners of young Master Chang Hen's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he stared at Song Jiu. At this moment, Song Jiu seemed to have sensed young Master Chang Hen's gaze and looked at him. Song Jiu's heart was filled with disgust for no reason. It was as though she saw a mouthful of phlegm staining her most beloved clothes. The 7-star fire branch has won this battle. The next challenger may enter the arena. After witnessing Li Zongjie's ferocious performance, where he killed without batting an eye, the people below naturally became extremely fearful. Even those who were previously full of confidence became somewhat timid at this moment. This was because if they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Forget it. How many of you are left? Come at me together. Li Zongjie looked at the time. It was getting late and he did not have time to waste on these small fries. Chapter 486. Arrogant. Domineering. Stupid. Song Jiu's mind immediately popped up with these adjectives. The intelligence of Li Zongjie in front of her was even lower than a 3-year-old child. Even if you were confident, 2 fists would not be able to fight against 4 hands. Furthermore, it was on this stage. No matter how confident you were, you should not be so arrogant. There were a total of 15 yuan weapon shops participating in this final battle. Excluding the 2 shops that had already lost, there were still 12 shops left. Li Zongjie's words meant that he was going to target these 12 experts. Furthermore, if the Saber Axe Pavilion and the Sky Hammer Blacksmith Shop also wanted to send people up, there would be no problem. This was because all the shops were able to send 2 experts up. As long as they did not go up at the same time, there would be no problem no matter when they went up. This Li Zongjie. Song Jiu slapped her hand on the armrest of her chair. Xiao Zhao also hurriedly came in front of Song Jiu to persuade her. Miss, don't worry. Perhaps young Master Li will have his own way. However, even Xiao Zhao did not believe that Li Zongjie could defeat so many people by himself. However, the rest of the people did not give Li Zongjie enough time and opportunity to regret. It was not that such an arrogant situation had not happened in the past, but the outcome was surprisingly the same. This was because in this battle, one was not allowed to use too much yuan power. One's yuan power could only be used on the yuan weapon in their hand. Otherwise, it would be against the rules. In such a chaotic and dangerous situation, 2 fists would not be able to fight against 4 hands. More or less, they would be ambushed. Therefore, only these arrogant and ignorant youngsters would take such a risk. At this moment, it was already too late for Song Jiu to stop them. My Shadowless Pavilion's Shadowless Blade, I would like to experience it. Cool Breeze Weapon Manual, Cool Breeze Su Lai Jian, I would like to experience it. Furious Xian Fong, Rusty Flying Needle, I would like to experience it. Some of the shop owners saw that there was an opportunity to take advantage of this situation and immediately jumped out one after another. Not long after, the 11 people on the stage were all filled. Those from Sky Sword Pavilion must not appear. Otherwise, we will definitely lose. Song Jieyu kept praying in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She knew that these people must be staring at her, observing the changes in her expression. They would definitely make a move. But soon, a voice pushed Song Jieyu into the abyss. Chang Ruxu of the Southwest Sword Sect of the Sky Sword Pavilion is here with the Heaven Destroyer sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 people in the arena all dodged. Chang Ruxu of the Southwest Sword Sect. Just hearing this name was enough to make people feel an extremely terrifying aura. The Sky Destroyer sword in his hand, from its name, carried a sharpness. It's over, it's over. We don't need to care about the others, but the Southwest Sword Sect is a true expert. It is said that this person has already entered the Yuan Monarch realm. I wonder if this is true. But for us, it will definitely be extremely disadvantageous. A look of panic gradually appeared on Song Jieyu's face. When the few leaders of Sky Sword Pavilion saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other. Indeed, it was just a bluff. If this raging dragon capturing fury could withstand so many attacks, he would definitely be famous throughout the world. However, if he failed, he would only be a clown. Such a clown act would be quickly forgotten by others, or even treated as a joke. Even the Southwest Sword Sect had made a move. Song Jieyu's heart was already dead. But before the situation of failure really arrived, she still had a last trace of hope in her heart. She hoped that Li Zhongjiu could last a little longer. Only then would she have enough opportunity to create a topic of discussion. 1 against 12. Fortunately, this battle didn't allow the use of excessive essence energy. Otherwise, this Li Zhongjiu would probably be directly sliced into a pile of fragments. But this challenge order was issued by him. Naturally, there was no need to care about whether he succeeded or not. They were all adults. They had to pay the price for their words. Since the 7-star fire chamber has decided to fight one against many, this challenge officially begins. The people of the Ironware Merchant Alliance were really impartial. They simply did not allow any situation to occur. If the Merchant Alliance was biased, then it was naturally useless to have the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, the Merchant Alliance had to be established in the middle. It would definitely not be biased because of anything. The 12 people opposite him held various yuan weapons. Faced with such a situation, Li Zhongjiu did not have the slightest bit of fear. When the battle order was issued, Li Zhongjiu took the lead and rushed towards these people. He is outnumbered, but he still takes the initiative to attack. Is Li Zhongjiu's brain filled with shit? When she saw Li Zhongjiu take the initiative to rush out, Song Jieyu finally could not help but curse. Who could tolerate such an unscrupulous person who did not know the severity of the situation? No matter what the situation is, immediately terminate the cooperation with Li Zhongjiu. He is simply a madman. Up until now, Li Zhongjiu's actions could never be described as normal. Apart from that, he directly knocked Jean Buffon unconscious. Jean Buffon had only unintentionally said some arrogant words and was directly knocked out. Then, without saying a word, he rushed into the arena and directly blew up the head of the Dragon Axe Elder in front of so many people. That was not all. After blowing up the Dragon Axe Elder's head, he directly used a move to destroy the corpse. How could such a cruel act be tolerated? Now, he was even more like a lunatic. Not only did he say that he wanted to challenge these people, he actually took the initiative to rush to his death. However, the next scene was like an invisible hand that fiercely slapped Song Jieyu's face. The raging Dragon Slayer in Li Zhongjiu's hands was like a divine weapon. Boom! 2 flame cannonballs directly covered the front of the arena in a sea of fire. Then, Li Zhongjiu also threw out a yuan energy crystal. Once again, the cannonball hit the Yuan energy crystal. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying explosion was released from the Yuan energy crystal. In an instant, a layer of the surrounding ground was lifted. Immediately, there were 3 people who couldn't withstand this level of firepower fluctuations and instantly fell from the arena. Sky-destroying sword light. The Southwest Sword Master took the lead and broke through the flames. A terrifying sword light bloomed from the Heaven Destroyer's sword in his hand. In everyone's view, Li Zhongjiu's tyrannical strength was something that only the Southwest Sword Master could contend with. That was what everyone was thinking. However, in Li Zhongjiu's view, the Southwest Sword Master in front of him was just a clown. Pa! Li Zhongjiu slapped the raging Dragon Slayer in his hand. Immediately, countless metal pieces emerged and formed a shield in front of him. Chapter 487. Boom! The Southwest Sword Sect's sword light didn't cause any damage. What? The Southwest Sword Sect's master suddenly saw the Sky Destroyer in his hand being bitten by something that looked like a tiger's mouth. There was no way for him to pull it out. This immediately shocked the Southwest Sword Sect's master. Break! Li Zhongjiu growled. Instantly, the tiger's mouth exerted force and directly bit the Sky Destroyer. It was as if he had bitten a hole in it. Sensing the damage to the Sky Destroyer, the Southwest Sword Sect's master widened his eyes. He looked at the Sky Destroyer in his hand in disbelief. How is this possible? How does he even know about this? When Song Jieyu saw this scene, she was simply stunned. This design could be said to be a small mechanism that she meticulously designed in order to be able to escape in such a situation. However, this indestructible small opening had to be very precise. Only when the opponent's weapon was placed there could it break the opponent's weapon. It wasn't very practical, but Song Jieyu had added this function. It was so that she could display its effects at this moment. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint her. It could even be said that it really surprised her. Raging Dragon Slayer bit the Sky Destroyer that the Sky Sword Pavilion was extremely proud of. In fact, he only had time to display that sword light. He didn't even have the time to display the sharpness of the Sky Destroyer itself. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't have the time to wait for him to regain his senses. He directly sent out another cannon. The tongue of flame that spat out almost devoured the Southwest Sword Sect's master. However, the Southwest Sword Sect's master was extremely fast. When he saw that the situation wasn't good, he had already retreated. Boom! However, this move didn't miss. There was actually a rope hidden under the tongue of flame that instantly bound the Southwest Sword Sect's master's ankle. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura released by this flame rope. Immediately, the Southwest Sword Sect's master waved his finger and sent out a beam of sword energy. It easily cut through the flame rope. However, this move was equivalent to losing the qualifications. When his figure fell to the ground, it meant that the Sky Sword Pavilion represented by the Southwest Sword Sect had also lost their opportunity. This made people exclaim in surprise. This Li Zhongjiu, is he a human or a god? Song Jieyu's eyes were filled with shock. From Li Zhongjiu's miraculous maneuvers, one could already see how terrifying Li Zhongjiu's strength was. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had directly defeated the Southwest Sword Sect, which was the greatest threat. It was simply too beautiful. Although both sides had prepared 2 experts to fight, when one's weapon was almost fully displayed, or when there was no hope of victory, the second person was only a substitute, just in case. Losing one match was already embarrassing enough. If he lost 2 more matches, it would be even more humiliating. Even the Southwest Sword Sect, which the other party had spent a huge sum of money to invite, had been defeated. Therefore, the rest of the people would likely not amount to much. Rusty Flying Needle. Suddenly, the flame appeared with a few whirlwinds, directly sweeping towards Li Zhongjiu. Under this flaming whirlwind, one could clearly see a few flying needles that appeared in a blur. In fact, they were constantly intertwining with each other. It was as if they were flying up and down, forming a unique formation that could take down the enemy. It was even able to confuse the enemy. When the dozens of rusty flying needles flew towards Li Zongjiu amidst the intertwining light and darkness. Naturally, Li Zongjiu was able to clearly capture these flying needles. If it was any other time, he would only need to use his mind to make these rusty flying needles return to their original path and turn the attacker into a hedgehog. However, he could not use such a method now. Li Zongjiu did not panic at all. He directly patted the raging dragon capturing in his hand. Immediately, a row of small mechanisms appeared on the side of the raging dragon capturing. These mechanisms were instantly activated, flapping their wings and vibrating continuously into the distance. Boom! These mechanical birds were like fireflies. When they left the raging dragon capturing, they were able to move freely. When they suddenly appeared, they instantly attracted the flying needles. Boom! An extremely intense collision sound could be heard. The mechanical birds also automatically turned into balls of flames during the collision, disrupting the flying needles' trajectory. Shio shio shio! All the flying needles were scattered to the side. When the attacker saw that his flying needle array had actually failed, he immediately widened his eyes. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with shock. However, in the next moment, he saw Li Zongjiu aiming the pitch-black cannon in his hand directly at him. Boom! A loud sound could be heard. One could even feel that the surrounding space was being absorbed and compressed. A giant net formed by intertwining flames bloomed from the relatively thick cannon below. The area covered by this giant net was almost 1/10 of the entire arena. What? The flying needle expert had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the giant net surrounded him. The flames behind them had been extinguished one after another. However, as soon as they escaped, they saw the terrifying flame net appear and fly towards them. Whoosh! 5 people in a row were entangled by the giant net, and 6 of them rolled down the stage together. Now there were only 2 people left on the stage. Dragon catching net. Sure enough, the effect is not bad. When Song Jieyu saw that Li Zongjiu was able to unleash such a powerful effect with the Raging Flames capture dragon, she was extremely shocked. This was because Li Zongjiu was very familiar with the controls of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer. He was even more familiar with it than her, who was one of the designers. Different situations would trigger different functions. Once the dragon catching net was shot out, the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer had to be used to undo it. Otherwise, even a Yuan King level elite would find it difficult to break free. Furthermore, the more one struggled, the tighter the net would be. When the dragon catching net was shot out, he had eliminated 6 people. This was even more shocking. If one was caught in a life-and-death battle, one could imagine how terrible the outcome would be. Life and death were decided by a hair's breadth. The 2 people who were temporarily standing on the stage were at a loss as they watched this scene unfold before them. Li Zongjiu took his time to remove the depleted Yuan energy crystal from the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer's groove. Then, he took out another one from his pocket. This was perhaps the only flaw of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer. The energy supply had to be replaced in a timely manner. One could not directly insert a high-energy Yuan energy crystal, as that would affect the performance of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer. Only a certain level of energy could be used. Too high or too low would not do. Therefore, it had to be replaced in a timely manner. Otherwise, the only use of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer would be to equip a spare bayonet. Chapter 488. The 6 of them were trapped in the fire net. Although the flames had already been extinguished, the 6 of them were still trapped in a mess. There was no way for them to break free. Even if someone came forward to help, there was no effect at all. Seeing this situation, the remaining 2 looked at each other. From their eyes, one could naturally see a trace of respect. Naturally, there was no need to continue this fight. Otherwise, they would be like crabs that had been caught by the side. It would be extremely embarrassing for them to struggle. Bright Moon Workshop's Full Moon Scimitar admires you. Thousand Blades Pavilion, White Sparrow Bow, I'm convinced. One of them actually brought a bow-type yuan tool. However, this was the end of the matter. If they were not convinced, they would be thrown off by Li Zongjiu and end up being envious and embarrassed. Most importantly, they didn't get to see much before they were thrown down one after another. This was the most terrifying part. In the face of an unknown weapon that possessed great power, they naturally did not dare to act recklessly. After all, their reputation was more important. Since the two of them were convinced, Li Zongjiu naturally did not need to continue. Keeping the raging dragon slayer, he turned around and walked off the stage. Song Jieyu and the rest simply could not believe their eyes. This powerful yuan artifact was actually able to unleash such a terrifying power. It directly defeated all the people from the 12-weapon shop. Such a battle result also caused Song Jieyu to be somewhat surprised. That Southwest Sword sect was probably defeated in an extremely pitiful manner. Who could have imagined that a mouth could actually extend out of that fellow's item and directly bite his Sky Destroyer sword in half? It's alright, Southwest Sword sect need not worry about it. In my opinion, their yuan tool is ordinary, but the person who used it is a little strange. The Pavilion Master of Sky Sword Pavilion personally appeared and comforted Southwest Sword sect. Now that they had already lost the victory of the competition, they naturally could not lose the friendship of Southwest Sword sect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a complete failure? That would be the real loss. What was happening now was nothing. There would always be a first place. If they could not do it this year, they would try again next year. Such a strange yuan weapon, it would take a lot of time and effort to master it. Hence, the number of yuan weapons sold would definitely be very low. However, the other party's reputation would definitely spread. Even though the reputation of this raging fire dragon capturing was not too great, the reputation of this 7-star fire room would definitely soar for a period of time. I really didn't misjudge you. Song Jieyu's lips curled into a smile. On the other hand, Xiao Zhao muttered in his heart, "That's not what you said just now. Just 5 minutes ago, she even said that she wanted to terminate the contract with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, for these women, there was no right or wrong. If they were happy, then it was right. If they were unhappy, then it was wrong." However, before Li Zongjiu stepped down from the arena, he heard people clapping. Intuition told Li Zongjiu that this applause was directed at him. Hee, wonderful, wonderful. Such a toy in the hands of these children is really interesting. With this thing, they can definitely dominate a street and become the king of children. It shouldn't be a problem. Young Master Chang Hen, who was sitting in the Saber Axe Pavilion, stood up and applauded. Although there was a smile on his face, there was not the slightest hint of congratulation. Instead, he was mocking and ridiculing Li Zongjiu and the yuan weapon in his hand. If the Saber Axe Pavilion is really capable, then use up the second challenge opportunity. Song Jieyu said indifferently, her voice echoing out. Young Master Chang Hen leaped into the air and landed on the stage. Entrusted by the Saber Axe Pavilion, today, I, Young Master Chang Hen, will display the Saber Axe Pavilion's newest yuan weapon. As he spoke, young Master Everlasting Hatred removed the oil paper covering the item in his hand bit by bit, revealing the item within. Buzz buzz. Streaks of lightning constantly danced on the tip of the blade. Swish. The tarpaulin was completely removed, revealing the things inside. It was a slender long blade. The Saber Axe Pavilion specialized in forging weapons like axes and hammers. They rarely dabbled in such small weapons. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have any. However, this long blade with lightning attributes was obviously not made by the Saber Axe Pavilion. Although everyone knew this, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, the Saber Axe Pavilion had shamelessly claimed that it was theirs. There was nothing they could do about it. Thunder Beheading Blade is here to challenge. The thunder beheading blade was able to split the power of lightning in half with a single strike. Such strength was absolutely terrifying. Just from the aura emitted from the blade, one could tell that this blade was extraordinary. Young Master Changhen, could this person be Qin Changhen, one of the 4 great young masters of the Qin Yuan Villa? Song Jiyu's eyes widened when she heard this. This person's identity hadn't been recorded in the slightest. She hadn't even received any information about him. She didn't expect the Saber Axe Pavilion to have hidden so deeply. Not only did they invite young Master Changhen, but they also obtained the thunder beheading blade from an unknown place. In terms of forging skills, the smithy of the Qin Yuan Villa was definitely the best in the world. Obviously, this person was here to help the Saber Axe Pavilion obtain the first place. When Li Zongjiu used the Raging Dragon capturing flames, he used almost all of his technique. As a result, his opponent clearly knew the weaknesses and strengths of Li Zongjiu's Raging Dragon capturing flames. It would be extremely difficult for Li Zongjiu to use a targeted attack. Thunder beheading blade? When Li Zongjiu saw the thunder beheading blade, he recalled some things from his previous life. Although he couldn't remember the details clearly, he still had an impression of the thunder beheading blade. After all, Li Zongjiu had been chased by the thunder beheading blade for half of the Xingyan dynasty. Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop? You little bastard, what's your relationship with the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop? Li Zongjiu asked directly. His words were directed at the arrogant young Master Changhen. Qin Changhen seemed to have not heard clearly what Li Zongjiu had just called him. Little bastard? You. What did you say? Say it again. The 4 great young masters of the Qin Yuan Villa had long been known to the world. They could be regarded as the signboard of the Qin Yuan Villa. Li Zongjiu was quite familiar with one of them. It was Mengyu. Mengyu was known as young Master Danyu, but now he was dead. Chapter 489. The person standing in front of him was also a young master called young Master Changhen. In his territory, he enjoyed a very high reputation. Due to his powerful strength and ruthless style of doing things, he had gradually developed a reputation for himself. Young Master Changhen's favorite pastime was socializing with noble ladies. The colder and more difficult he was to deal with, the more he wanted to get close to them and conquer them. Most people had such a strange hobby, but they didn't have the opportunity to display it. Young Master Everlasting Hatred's most famous battle record was that he had once slept with the daughter of a first-grade city's city lord. After that, he cruelly abandoned her. The city lord was so angry that he wanted to punish young Master Everlasting Hatred. However, in the end, he actually lost his position as the city lord. What was even more shocking was that in less than a week after he left office, the entire family of the city lord was killed. The new city lord was appraised and determined to be the work of his enemies, so the case was left unsettled. Everyone knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was young Master Changhen. Perhaps it wasn't just young Master Changhen, because if he were alone, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a degree. But even if he knew, what could he do? Even the powerful city lord of a first-class city was tripped up, and in the end, his entire family was destroyed. Such a ruthless person, standing here today, was actually pointed at by Li Zongjiu and scolded as a little bastard in front of everyone. One could well imagine the consequences. Young Master Changhen would definitely use all sorts of methods to kill the person in front of him. Not only Li Zongjiu, but also Li Zongjiu's family. Little bastard, did I not make it clear enough? Li Zongjiu said matter-of-factly. Are you courting death? Qin Changhen said coldly. His eyes flashed with a piercing light. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, he already regarded Li Zongjiu as a dead man. You want to kill me with your puny body? Since you don't want to tell me, I'll take you as a member of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. I don't like this thunder beheading saber. Just die for Lei Gong. Li Zongjiu said calmly. When Qin Zhonghen heard Li Zongjiu mention Lei Gong's name, He was shocked. The Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was a weapon workshop built with the support of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. The weapons produced by this weapon workshop were not sold to the public. Only the insiders could use them. The owner of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was none other than the master of the Lei Gong Workshop. Among the organizations under Qingyuan Villa, there were a total of 4 workshops, and the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was only one of them. Only a few people knew the relationship between them. It was not a big deal to know the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, but it was not easy to know the name of Lei Gong. This was because Lei Gong was in existence who could sit in a meeting with the master of Qingyuan Villa. It seems that I have no reason not to kill you. You killed old man Long Fu of Qingyuan Villa and offended me. Now you even dare to boast shamelessly and say that you want to assassinate the master of Lei Gong Workshop. Li Zongjiu, not only will you die, but your whole family will follow you. Qin Zhonghen said coldly. The thunder beheading saber in his hand bloomed with surging lightning. In fact, this thunder beheading saber was not Qin Zhonghen's weapon. However, he had recently received a mission to infiltrate the Holy Flame Royal City. Since the operation had reached such a stage, he naturally wanted to make a name for himself. In fact, Qin Zhonghen had even used his connections to borrow the thunder beheading saber. In the current situation, the thunder beheading saber was the best weapon in the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. It was enough to show how much Lei Gong valued Qin Zhonghen by lending it to him. The challenge of this round begins. Although it was no longer important, the people of the Merchant Union still had a discussion. Indeed, Qin Zhonghen's appearance was in accordance with the rules. In that case, there was no problem. After shouting this, they could fight however they wanted. The rules were to try their best to not overdo it. However, no one could say for sure what would happen in the arena. This is not good. The thunder chopping saber is indeed from the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, which has been listed in the information. Although it is said to be a workshop in a small town, the workshop's attainments are quite high. Even all the weapons have never been leaked to the public. That's not good. The thunder beheading saber's attainments should be the work of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop's owner. Song Jiyu also frowned. Qin Zhonghen's strength and the power of the thunder beheading saber, not to mention that most of the functions of the raging saber had been displayed before. Basically, at this time, they could only rely on their experience and luck. What should we do, miss? Xiao Zhao was also a little worried. To her own surprise, she was now more worried about Li Zongjiu's life than the outcome of the raging saber. Perhaps in terms of the performance just now, Li Zongjiu's performance had already surpassed the value of the raging saber. Therefore, it was natural for her to be concerned about Li Zongjiu. After all, his reputation had already been established. Everyone knew the power of this weapon. If it was used properly, it had actually defeated the magic weapons produced by 12 weapon shops at the Origin Weapon Conference. But now that Li Zongjiu was facing Prince Changhen Qin, it was clear that he was in a life-or-death situation. It was a battle of life and death. In the arena, Li Zongjiu was also surprised and a little happy when he heard his opponent's words. "Oh? You're also from the Qingyuan Villa? That's too much of a coincidence. I have an extremely deep fate with the Qingyuan Villa." Li Zongjiu was immediately happy. Now it seemed that the person who had hunted him down with the thunder beheading saber in his previous life was also from the Qingyuan Villa. Even if he died, he could not escape from the Qingyuan Villa. From the looks of it, it seemed that Li Zongjiu's hatred of the world was related to the Qingyuan Villa. If one recalled the fate of the Dragon Axe Old Man earlier, it was sufficient to know just what the fate that Li Zongjiu spoke of was. Just thinking about it already caused one to shudder despite not feeling cold. He raised the raging saber in his hand slightly. Without saying a word, he directly shot out a huge flaming net. Bang! This huge flaming net was special. It was extremely thin and could be compressed in the barrel. However, under normal circumstances, it could only store 2 at a time. Tisk, insignificant skill. Chapter 491. Qin Zhonghen sneered. How could he use the same technique that was used to deal with those idiots against him? That was simply wishful thinking. Since that was the case, he would let Qin Zhonghen experience the power of the thunder beheading blade. From the lightning/blade, a ray of light directly bloomed. Lightning flashed, and there was no need for any extra yuan energy to be used. The power of the lightning/blade was directly released. Boom! The lightning was so domineering that it spread out like a spider web in the sky, instantly shattering the giant web in front of Qin Zhonghen. When Song Jieyu and the others below the stage saw that the giant net was cut into pieces like tofu, they were all in disbelief. This web was made with special craftsmanship. How could it shatter so easily? The power of the thunder beheading blade is actually so domineering. Logically speaking, even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would find it very difficult to break free from this huge net. However, it had actually been reduced to a pile of fragments by the thunder beheading blade. To the current Song Jieyu, this was naturally shocking. At the same time, the rest of the people were also extremely shocked. This was because when Li Zongjiu had used this web, it had directly engulfed all 6 of them. This showed how powerful the thunder beheading blade was. It was not that Li Zongjiu had become weak, but that the power of the thunder beheading blade was simply too strong. Many of the people present were blacksmithing experts, so they could see the power of the thunder beheading blade at a glance. They were all amazed. The power of the thunder beheading blade is really impressive. Not bad. Based on the current power of this blade, even the 100 battle golden armor of our golden pavilion would only be able to withstand 3 moves at most. Someone exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, he did not forget to praise his own Yuanjia in this way. Qin Zhonghen was really thick-skinned. After this exclamation, similar sounds of disdain could be heard from the surroundings. They all felt that this person was truly shameless. However, the people of the Golden Pavilion were not ashamed. "Haha, your toy is just a pile of trash in my eyes," Qin Zhonghen said indifferently. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, completely ignored him. After hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. The cannons fired more than 10 times in a row. Bang bang bang! These cannons were originally meant to take control of the enemy before pursuing them. The fire birds at the edge were also constantly flying out. Rumble! If some explosive maniacs were to see such a scene, they would definitely be extremely excited. However, at that very moment, Li Zongjiu's behavior was akin to a frightened sparrow unleashing that sort of attack. There was no strategy or routine at all. These terrifying flames shot towards Qin Zhonghen. However, Qin Zhonghen only smiled faintly. Such a method was really too low-level. What kind of person would make such an emperor-level mistake? He was a complete newbie. In a battle, the most important thing was to stay calm. Li Zongjiu was now completely in a state of panic. Killing him would be as easy as flipping one's hand. This guy, what is he trying to do? Song Jieyu could also see that Li Zongjiu was completely out of sorts. Could it be that he wanted to go all out and use this kind of crazy method to eliminate his opponent? How could that be possible? The thunder/blade moved once again. The roaring lightning instantly shattered the flames in front of him. The sea of flames turned into a sea of lightning. The sea of lightning crackled continuously. It was enough to see the terrifying power within. If someone were to accidentally fall into it, they would be burned to a crisp. Li Zongjiu's raging dragon/blade had no effect in front of the thunder/blade. It was easily blocked. In fact, it was an extremely strong suppression. Boom! Qin Zhonghen's sword slashed the chaotic energy in front of him and sent it flying. Jumping clown, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. Today, this young master will let you know the difference between us in front of so many people. Qin Zhonghen laughed out loud. It seemed like he had Li Zongjiu in the palm of his hand. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu finally made his move at this moment. He removed the energy of the raging dragon/blade. Li Zongjiu took out an item from a secret compartment of the raging dragon/blade. It was a shiny blade. However, although the blade was abnormally tough, it was still very strong. If he wanted to kill the enemy, or even fight against the thunder/blade, he would be overestimating himself. Such a short dagger could only be used as a last resort. Now that Li Zongjiu had taken out such a trick, it was obvious that he was at his wit's end. Haha, does this count as a cornered dog jumping over the wall? When they saw the little bayonet being mounted on the raging dragon seizing fury, they felt that it was extremely hilarious. I'll pierce your mouth later. I'd like to see if you can still laugh, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Song Jiyu seemed to have returned to her previous state. She was jealous and distrustful of Li Zongjiu again. Looking at the crazy Li Zongjiu in front of her, she couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu was crazy. He wanted to use this small dagger to fight against the thunder/blade made by the Bright Thunder Workshop. Moreover, the thunder/blade was in the hands of Qin Zhonghen, one of the 4 princes of Qingyuan Manor. How could this be possible? Song Jiyu didn't know because Li Zongjiu had already done a lot of things that were beyond common sense today. Even if he did one more thing, it wouldn't be a problem if a miracle happened. Don't expect a miracle. I'm the one who will destroy you completely, Qin Zhonghen said. Since Li Zongjiu had no other means, the performance would end here. The two of them stepped forward almost at the same time and rushed towards each other. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and instantly appeared behind Qin Zhonghen. What? So fast? To be able to display such speed, he must have cheated. Ha! A ripple suddenly appeared in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Thunder/blade. Qin Zhonghen, who was about to use a big move, suddenly stopped. At this moment, many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Many experts' gazes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 492. Oh no! Qin Zhonghen muttered in his heart. At this moment, he was unable to move because Li Zongjiu had used his mental energy. Rules? Why would I talk about rules when I'm between life and death? I'm the great evil lord, Li Zongjiu. Do you think I have to listen to your messy rules? I, Li Zongjiu, can kill if I want to and keep if I want to. Who can stop me? The moment Qin Zhonghen's body stopped moving, Li Zongjiu had already circled behind Qin Zhonghen. The bayonet in his hand instantly pierced through the back of Qin Zhonghen's head and into the front of his throat. The sharp bayonet pierced through his mouth, and fresh blood flowed out. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate. With a light flick of his hand, a bloody hole appeared in Qin Zhonghen's neck. Even if Qin Zhonghen did not die, he was already severely injured. The blood that was spurting out continuously flowed into his throat. Until now, Qin Zhonghen was still unable to control his body. He was frozen on the spot, feeling the intense pain engulfing his mind and everything. Puff! With another light slash, Qin Zhonghen's neck was easily cut off. Half of Qin Zhonghen's head was hanging on his shoulder. Wow! Such a tragic way of killing Qin Zhonghen in front of everyone's eyes caused them to cry out in alarm. This scene was truly shocking. It was hard to believe that such a thing had actually happened. Brat, how dare you kill him? Seeing this, the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion immediately stood up and pointed at Li Zongjiu as he cursed loudly. However, when Li Zongjiu's gaze fell on the deputy pavilion master, the deputy pavilion master's heart palpitated. He was actually a little afraid in front of so many people. Under such a degree of fear, the deputy pavilion master did not speak for a while. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the people in charge of the Ironware Merchant Alliance not far away. Dear directors, all of you have seen it just now. This kid actually used his mental strength on purpose to break the rules and kill people on purpose. He has completely turned this origin weapon conference into a place where he can unleash his killing intent and do whatever he wants. The deputy pavilion master of the saber-axe pavilion said loudly. Hearing this, Li Zongjio threw Qin Chonghen's head to the ground. Then, he put away the thunder beheading blade. Li Zongjio had a deep impression of this thunder-blade. He didn't have many enemies in his previous life, but this thunder-blade brought him unforgettable memories, so he had to keep it well. How dare you take away the weapons of our saber and axe pavilion? The deputy pavilion master immediately shouted. He seemed to want to blame Li Zongjio. At this moment, Song Jiyu also reacted. Li Zongjio must have secretly used his mental strength just now, so that he could kill Qin Chonghen so easily. Deputy Pavilion Master, your words are a little funny. With the standard of your saber and axe pavilion, it is already very good to be able to forge a piece of trash like the iron-blooded golden saber and axe pavilion. I believe that anyone with eyes can see that this thunder beheading blade is not a weapon of your saber and axe pavilion at all. First you broke the rules, then you slandered us. It seems that the saber and axe pavilion wants to dominate, despise the merchant alliance, and establish themselves as the king. Song Jiyu also spoke clearly, and every word was full of power. Since Li Zongjio had survived and killed his opponent directly, then the saber and axe pavilion master had been killed. Although Li Zongjio had gone overboard, after all, Li Zongjio was now a member of the 7-star fire room. Perhaps some people would choose to directly push Li Zongjio out. After all, this kind of thing would be very troublesome if they got involved. The involvement of Qingyuan Manor would inevitably complicate this matter. However, Song Jiyu was not a fool. She saw it clearly. On Li Zongjio's body, there was an endless amount of potential and treasures. They had to firmly grasp onto this thread on Li Zongjio's body. In the future, the 7-star fire room would definitely be able to reach a higher level. In fact, her confidence in Li Zongjio was based on Li Zongjio's perfect performance of the Fury Dragon Catcher. It was precisely because of this that he had won a favorable impression. In this case, perhaps there was a certain tacit understanding between her and Li Zongjio. Therefore, unlike other merchants, if the person she hired caused a big mess, she would probably have already washed her hands clean. However, this time it was not approved. Therefore, Song Jiyu also stood up. She supported Li Zongjio. Although it was said that people with discerning eyes could see that Li Zongjio had used some kind of power in the end, only a few people could sense the fluctuation of this mind power. Moreover, there was no extra way to leave behind evidence of this mind power. Even if someone knew, it was difficult to find evidence because the time was too short. In addition, Li Zongjio's own mind power was extremely high. It was also very difficult to find something that could be used against Li Zongjio. Moreover, even if they really found something that could be used against Li Zongjio, there was no need to disclose this information because it was very likely that they would offend Li Zongjio and the 7-star fire room. Not only would they not gain any benefits, but they would also put themselves in a dangerous situation. It was commonly known as a thankless task. This was the situation that was commonly known. Even the several directors of the Ironware Merchant Alliance saw that there was something fishy going on. However, this was also a very special situation. For the time being, take the body away for examination. After the injury is verified, we will make a judgment. You all should stop arguing. As for the Yuan weapon exhibition that will be held later, it will still be carried out according to plan. After some discussion, the Ironware Merchant Alliance also made such a public announcement. When the deputy pavilion master of the saber-axe pavilion heard this, he immediately disagreed. This was clearly an attempt to stall for time and directly deny this matter. How can this be? We will only be able to find out the truth by the end of the year. Song Jiyu, quickly return the thunder-slashing blade to me. Otherwise, you will only be inviting trouble for yourselves. The deputy pavilion master of the saber-axe pavilion was very unwilling. This was because the result of this treatment was completely to let Li Zongjiu off. Such a thing should not happen. Li Zongjiu must be severely punished. At the same time, when he mentioned the thunder-slashing blade, Li Zongjiu's eyes also looked over. It seems that this deputy pavilion master also wants to forge a relationship with me. Li Zongjiu's eyes revealed a trace of playful killing intent. When the deputy pavilion master of the saber-axe pavilion saw this, he was momentarily speechless. The thunder-slashing blade was clearly in Li Zongjiu's hands, but he did not dare to take a step forward. You will regret this. After the deputy pavilion master of the saber-axe pavilion finished speaking, he turned around and left directly. At this moment, there was no point in continuing to stay there. After the deputy pavilion master of the saber-axe pavilion left, the heads of the other shops also came forward to congratulate him. The 7-star flame room was able to forge such a powerful yuan weapon. They would definitely be able to make a lot of money in the following period of time. Of course, they had to congratulate him properly. Chapter 493. After Song Jieyu dealt with them for a while, she found an excuse to leave. Li Zongjiu, accompanied by Xiao Zhao, waited for Song Jieyu in a camp. When Song Jieyu entered the tent, Li Zongjiu also opened his eyes from his cultivation. Do you have enmity with Qingyuan Villa? Song Jieyu went straight to the point. Qingyuan Villa was of course powerful. To be able to become the #1 villa in the world, they naturally had unimaginable abilities. However, it didn't mean that everyone in the world would avoid Qingyuan Villa. The 7-star fire room was one of them. To be able to truly contend with Qingyuan Villa, the 7-star fire room might not be enough. However, since a long time ago, the competition between them had already existed. There was in the past, but there is no enmity now. However, I will destroy them. Li Zongjiu thought for a while. If there was any enmity, it was really accumulated from his previous life. Now that he was reborn, in order to avoid the situation from his previous life, Li Zongjiu had to completely remove this hidden danger. Destroy them? With just you, Li Zongjiu? Song Jieyu looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. When she said this, she didn't say that she was looking down on Li Zongjiu or ridiculing him. She was just surprised by Li Zongjiu's way of thinking. It was as if someone in front of you said that he would sit on the dragon throne in the Xingyan dynasty's palace tomorrow and let the Emperor Xingyan kneel and lick his boots. That's enough. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. This wasn't a secret. You are a person who can stir up a storm. My 7-star fire room wants to cooperate with you for a long time. Song Jieyu said directly. She looked at Li Zongjiu and wanted to see something in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Oh? The 7-star fire room wants to cooperate with me? If I remember correctly, the 7-star fire room isn't yours yet. Li Zongjiu looked at Song Jieyu and said. So, what I want is for you to help me, and I to help you. Only now did Li Zongjiu take a good look at Song Jieyu. She was young, but her courage and insight were not small. Moreover, her vision was not small either. It seemed that managing a shop in Royal City was a little overkill for Song Jieyu. Xiao Zhao stood at the side, seemingly unable to understand the conversation between the two of them. Help with what? With Mrs. Identity and Status. What else did she need Li Zongjiu's help? Helping Miss earn money? Making money? And what did she want to give Li Zongjiu? What did she want to help Li Zongjiu? Could it be that she wanted to help Li Zongjiu deal with Qingyuan Villa? Dealing with Qingyuan Villa, for a single Li Zongjiu, was clearly a losing business. Qingyuan Villa was the biggest villa in the world. Those who stayed there were all famous masters in the Jianghu. Who knew how many geniuses had gathered there? The elite masters in the Jianghu would be proud to receive an invitation from Qingyuan Villa. Of course, Li Zongjiu knew what the girl in front of him wanted. 7-star fire room. Take control. Previously, he didn't expect a girl like Song Jieyu to have such ambition. When Li Zhongjiu was reborn, he didn't just want to let it go so easily. Instead, he wanted to make the Li family the strongest family in the world. As for what would happen after that, as long as Li Zhongjiu was still alive, he would never allow the Li family to decline. However, in the process of growth, it was useless to be strong alone. One had to gather enough power and gather all the powers together. Just like how Li Zhongjiu was preparing to integrate all the casinos in the Sacred Flame Royal City. This was a place where money was rolling in. Anyone who was ruthless would want to get a share of the profits from the casinos. Li Zhongjiu was going to do it. He was the most ruthless one. Only then could he make a profit. As for Song Jieyu, since she was interested, Li Zhongjiu naturally welcomed her with open arms. However, the prerequisite was that Song Jieyu had enough power. Of course I can help you. If you want to cooperate with me, the prerequisite is that you have enough power. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. I'm afraid that just the 2 lives today are enough to make you anxious. Li Zhongjiu said. No one will agree if Qingyuan Manor wants to interfere with the Yuan weapon business in the Sacred Flame Royal City. The Blade Axe Pavilion will definitely be defeated within 3 months. Even if Qingyuan Manor bribed half of the Ironware Merchant Union, it will still be useless. The real market will not be occupied by the Merchant Union. The ones who will control it are the big bosses like us. Song Jieyu said. If a woman was beautiful, she would be attractive enough. If she was smart, it would be even more surprising. However, it would also be scary because you would find out that you were also being schemed against. However, Li Zhongjiu liked to cooperate with such people. At the very least, everyone was very clear about what they wanted. Everyone took what they needed, cooperated with each other, and cooperated with smart people. That was the advantage of cooperating with smart people. Therefore, when Song Jieyu said this, Li Zhongjiu also agreed. All right, I'll give you 2 months to destroy the Saber and Axe Pavilion. If you can do it, then come and talk to me about cooperation. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. Song Jieyu's eyes flashed. The Blade Axe Pavilion and the Sky Sword Pavilion were the old merchants in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Even the 7-star Fire Room was weaker than them. If it wasn't for Song Jieyu's smart strategy, it would be difficult to bring the 7-star Fire Room to such a height. Li Zhongjiu's request was to defeat the Blade Axe Pavilion in 2 months. When Xiao Zhao heard this, she was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. How could such a thing happen? The Saber and Axe Pavilion occupied almost 30% of the market share. This was because heavy weapons such as sabers and axes were very difficult to forge. In addition, many people were used to using such weapons. Furthermore, most of the guards used this type of weapon in their training. Therefore, every time the Blade Axe Pavilion produced a power-type weapon, it would be enthusiastically sought after in the market. The Sky Sword Pavilion mainly relied on nimble swords. Just like the Sky Destroyer sword this time, it was indestructible. However, it just so happened to run into the guy on the Raging Flames Dragon Catcher, which caused such intense damage. It was really shocking. Originally, it should have been able to shine, but it ran into Li Zhongjiu. The weapons made by the 7-star Fire Room were naturally of good craftsmanship, but it was already very good to be able to stand firm between these 2 old brands. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to swallow the Saber and Axe Pavilion. If one was not careful, one might even be killed by the Saber Axe Pavilion. Such a situation was extremely normal. Chapter 494. Therefore, in Xiao Zhao's opinion, Li Zhongjiu's request was complete nonsense. Who could possibly destroy the Saber Axe Pavilion? Did he think that this was a game? Even if it was, he wouldn't dare to think this way. Li Zhongjiu was clearly making things difficult for Song Jieyu. After Song Jieyu heard Li Zhongjiu's request, she was silent for a moment. She stared at Li Zhongjiu. Without a doubt, this was also a war. However, it was different from a real war. This was a commercial war. If Song Jieyu agreed, she would definitely become the leader of this war. If there were any problems, Song Jieyu would have to take responsibility. If she wasn't careful, she might be consigned to eternal damnation. The surroundings seemed to have become terrifyingly silent. Xiao Zhao didn't know what her young miss was thinking, but she could see that her young miss's gaze was gradually becoming dangerous. She wanted to say something to dissuade her young miss, but she couldn't say anything in the end. All right, within 2 months, I will definitely make the Saber Axe Pavilion completely withdraw from Sacred Flame Royal City. Finally, Song Jieyu said aloud. This was something that could only be done with great determination. If she didn't take the risk and put all her eggs in one basket, it wouldn't be long before Song Jieyu would be dismissed and eventually take up the position of an executive elder in the family. It could be considered a success. However, she definitely had no right to ask about the matters of the 7-star fire room. This was because the 7-star fire room had gradually gained a foothold. Song Jieyu didn't need to worry about the following matters. Someone in the Song family would naturally take care of it. Even if Song Jieyu was the daughter of the Song family's head, the outcome would still be the same. Therefore, Song Jieyu had to seize the opportunity to completely stabilize her power and position. Otherwise, her many years of hard work would be wasted and she would gradually become someone else's dowry. How could Song Jieyu bear this? This was the sorrow of living in a big family. Because Song Jieyu was not a man. Even if Song Jieyu's father was willing to let a woman be in charge, the others would not be willing. There would always be people who would not let go of this point. After meeting Li Zhongjiu, he saw the potential in Li Zhongjiu. Although Song Jieyu didn't know much about Li Zhongjiu, and even knew that Li Zhongjiu was an extremely dangerous person, what Song Jieyu was doing now was also a very dangerous thing, and it just so happened that they were a pair. Alright, then look for me when you succeed. Since we are partners, I will provide you with some help. If you encounter any trouble, you can go to my place to seek help. As long as it's below the primitive emperor realm, I can usually solve it. Li Zhongjiu said. With Song Jieyu's ability, it should not be difficult to find out where Li Zhongjiu lived. In order to make it more convenient for Song Jieyu, Li Zhongjiu also left a note. Although Song Jieyu was powerful and could use a lot of resources, if she wanted to do some personal things, it would not be so easy. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also chose to help her. Of course, he did not go all out, but at this critical moment, it was not a difficult thing to do. After that, Li Zhongjiu left the Golden Mountain. Before Li Zhongjiu left, Song Jieyu could not help but remind him. That Saber Axe Pavilion and Blue Tiger Gang have some connections. This time, you ruined their good thing and snatched their Thunder Slayer blade. They will definitely do something to you. However, Li Zhongjiu acted as if he did not hear it and left directly. If these people dared to come, Li Zhongjiu would not care at all. Why would these gangs name themselves after animals? Were they trying to increase their murderous aura? On the Golden Mountain, the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion had an opium pipe in his mouth. When he heard Li Zhongjiu leave the 7-star flame room, he immediately threw the opium pipe in his hand to the ground and stepped on it. Let's go. That damn brat actually dared to stare at me. I have been in the Sacred Flame Royal City for so many years. Does he really think that I have been in the Sacred Flame Royal City for nothing? After the competition, the deputy pavilion master felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. Furthermore, the Thunder Slayer blade was also snatched away by Li Zhongjiu. If he did not take it back, how could he explain it to the people of Qing Yuan Manor? However, the people of Qing Yuan Manor were indeed a bunch of trash. Young Master Everlasting Hatred. Trash. Why did they have to trouble others to collect their corpses after they died? Why couldn't they collect their own corpses? Before this, the deputy pavilion master had already contacted the 4 protector kings of the Blue Tiger Gang. The Blue Tiger Gang used the weapons of the Saber Axe Pavilion, so they had close cooperation with each other. Therefore, there were many conflicts of interest between the two parties. Therefore, if there was any trouble that could not be solved, they would naturally inform the Blue Tiger Gang. The 4 Guardian Kings of the Blue Tiger Gang were equivalent to the 4 super fighters of the Blue Tiger Gang. They were extremely powerful. The Blue Tiger Gang's recent development was not bad. For some reason, the number 1 gang, the Azure Dragon Gang, was suddenly crippled. They took advantage of this opportunity to seize a large amount of territory. They grew stronger in an instant. The original Azure Dragon Gang could not even take care of themselves now. They were engaged in fierce internal strife. Other than the few main territories that they were guarding, the rest of their territories were basically lost or snatched away. The person who had always been in second place jumped up in an instant. Therefore, the Blue Tiger Gang had been very arrogant recently. Their strength was also extremely strong. Now that the income of the 4 Guardian Kings had skyrocketed, they did not care about anyone else. When they received the summons of the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion, they led their men to the foot of the Golden Mountain to stop people. As the 4 Guardian Kings of the Blue Tiger Gang, they could be said to be second only to one person. The Blue Tiger Gang now had more than 8,000 members, and these were only the official members. If some non-official members were included, the number would be enormous. Guardian King Shannying, we saw people coming down from the mountain. On the official road, 4 carriages were placed horizontally in the middle of the road. If anyone wanted to pass through, they would have to move the carriages aside. Of course, this was only the meaning. Li Zongjiu came to the front of the carriages and stopped in his track. Immediately, someone jumped into the carriage and waved the long saber in his hand. He threw a torch, which instantly ignited the pile of firewood on the road. Boom! The flames immediately lit up the surrounding area. I opened this road. If you want to pass through, pay the toll. Kid, hand over the thing in your hand and get lost. Chapter 495. Except for the group of people who jumped onto the carriage. In addition, the sound of swords clashing could be heard all around. The surrounding people were also clamoring. They actually dared to rob people on the official road. One had to admit that these people were getting bolder and bolder. They were the 4 Guardian Kings of the Blue Tiger Gang. Mountain Eagle, Black Bear, Leopard, and Poison Arrow. Shanning was also wearing a dazzling long robe. With a light sway, he appeared in front of everyone like a peerless expert. Then, Black Bear and the other 2 also rushed out. Each of them brought their own men and surrounded Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. The people who were still performing were also shocked. What exactly were these people doing? Could it be that the gangs nowadays were actually a bunch of idiots? Li Zongjiu was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Without another word, he directly pulled out the thunder beheading blade in his hand. Boom! When the thunder beheading blade shone with light, the people from the Saber Axe Pavilion, who were rushing down from the mountain in the distance, were also shocked. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had already encountered the other party. Otherwise, there would be no need to use the thunder beheading blade. They finally found a chance to snatch the thunder beheading blade back. Immediately, the dozen or so people quickly rushed down. However, when they rushed to the intersection, they found that the surroundings were charred black. The originally green trees were now filled with the smell of black charcoal. There were also 4 carriages that were burning with flames, and crackling noises could be heard from the carriages. The corpses lying on the ground were also glowing corpses. When the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Saber Axe Pavilion saw this scene, his eyes widened. Not good. They even dared to kill the 4 Guardian Kings of the Blue Tiger Gang. Seeing this, the Vice Pavilion Master's heart was filled with shock. Even if they were not enough to defeat Li Zongjiu, they would not have ended up like this. They were completely annihilated. Coupled with the tragic situation around them, these people from the Saber and Axe Pavilion began to worry. It seemed that they had encountered a terrifying person. It's good that he's dead. If he's dead, the Blue Tiger Gang will definitely hold Li Zongjiu accountable. Now I want to see what you can do. If the Blue Tiger Gang wants to kill you, it will be a piece of cake. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion was extremely pleased with himself. With such a series of schemes, they would definitely not lose out. After all, their Saber Axe Pavilion was a business. If they personally handled these vendettas, they would dirty their hands. Therefore, it was better to let these people do it. If these people couldn't deal with the other party, then this enmity wouldn't just be between the Blade Axe Pavilion and Li Zongjiu. It would also be a matter between the Blue Tiger Gang and Li Zongjiu. As long as this happened, such a situation would naturally occur. It would escalate to a point where there was no need to push it. However, the Vice Pavilion Master did not expect Li Zongjiu to be such a ruthless person. He did not even spare a single one of them. All 4 Guardian Kings had been killed. Even the Vice Pavilion Master did not dare to believe such a thing. The Blue Tiger Gang was now at the peak of its power. Now Li Zongjiu was probably finished. Oh? You've thought it through. Not long after the Vice Pavilion Master finished speaking, he heard a cold voice. When the Vice Pavilion Master heard this, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. When he turned around, he saw 2 figures appear in the darkness. With the weak light around them, he could vaguely see that it was a woman. As for the other person, it was just an old man. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion looked over. Who's playing tricks here? The 2 figures walked out and appeared in front of everyone. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion was surprised to see them. He had not expected this person to appear in front of him. So it's you, Song Jieyu. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion said meaningfully. Do you think that you can let your 7-star fire room take advantage of the situation by finding a random brat to defeat me? A woman will always be a woman. No matter how hard you work, everything you create will be snatched away by your brothers in the future. Why do you want to pave the way for someone else? If you're willing, come to the Saber and Axe Pavilion. You can ask for whatever reward you want. Song Jiyu smiled when she heard the Vice Pavilion Master's words. He was indeed an experienced person. She did not expect him to not forget to fight for benefits at such a time. In the eyes of these people, even a dead person's skin could be easily plucked off. All right, then give me your head. Song Jiyu smiled and said. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilions' smile gradually disappeared. This Song Jiyu dared to threaten him. I think that you're courting death. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. However, before the Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion could give the order, he saw the person behind Song Jiyu and rushed out. Boom! When the old man's appearance appeared in the light, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion was stunned. This was because he did not know the person in front of him and had never seen him before. Roar! The terrifying roar of a beast came from the side. Then, a swift and fierce figure was seen. It was rushing over and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the people of the Saber and Axe Pavilion. Wolf! There's a wolf, crack! The figure of the Howling Moon Wolf King immediately appeared. Its huge paws were equipped with sharp claws, and it immediately grabbed the dozen people before it. Bang! 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 Some people were directly sent flying, and their bodies smashed into the big trees with a boom. Even those who didn't die were severely injured. What are you trying to do? The Vice Pavilion Master roared. His subordinates immediately stood in front of him, trying to stop the old man in front of them. But all of a sudden, the old man in front of him disappeared without a trace. He disappeared. Where did he go? Protect the Vice Pavilion Master! The guard in front of him shouted loudly. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Swoosh! The guards immediately felt some kind of liquid splashing up from their necks, and they immediately felt a chill. They wanted to see what it was. When they turned their heads, they saw their Vice Pavilion Master's head fly off. While they were still in shock, they immediately saw a cold light sweeping toward them. That sharp blade light directly pierced towards his neck. Swoosh! The cold wind whistled and swept over. The figures of several people suddenly stopped where they were, and their heads all flew backwards. At this moment, the howling moon wolf king bit the last person in half. It was extremely bloody and cruel. This beast's behavior was completely different from what Song Jiu had seen before. She had thought that the howling moon wolf king was just a small wolf dog. Who knew that it would be so cruel? A Yuan king-level Yuan beast. It was hiding in Li Zongjiu's residence. What was going on with the old man in front of her? His movements were so fast and his assassination techniques were so proficient. The dozen or so people present were all taken down in just a few moments. Chapter 496. Inghu shook his clothes. The howling moon wolf king changed back to its original form. Its body, which was almost 10 meters long, gradually shrank back to its original form that Song Jiu saw at the beginning. Young master said that we can only help you 3 times. This is the first time. Inghu walked in front of Song Jiu and said calmly. He walked into the darkness without looking back. When the howling moon wolf king passed by Song Jiu, it raised its head and howled softly. Song Jiu only reacted when the man and the wolf disappeared into the darkness. How much help did Li Zongjiu prepare for her? With this combination of man and wolf, it would not be a problem for them to kill their way to the headquarters of the Saber Axe Pavilion. Most importantly, this man seemed to be born to deal with such matters. He acted without any hesitation. Song Jiu was even worried that this old man would not be able to complete his task. When Li Zongjiu gave her the note, Song Jiu had already arrived at White Deer Alley. She found the old man and showed him the note. She also explained the purpose of her visit. The old man did not say anything. He immediately brought his little wolf dog here. When they saw the lightning flash, they happened to be nearby and immediately rushed over. They arrived just in time to kill the deputy pavilion master. The way to deal a heavy blow to the enemy was naturally to act in such a way. Killing the deputy pavilion master was also beneficial to Li Zongjiu. He only needed to create a disturbance in the market and it would be easy to cover up the news of the thunder-slaying sword. And the most important thing was, the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion died at the place where the Blue Tiger Gang and the others were intercepting him. This was the most exciting part. Since such a situation had occurred, no matter which side it would be impossible for them to bow down. Unless the two forces were as strong as steel. If they could do this, there would be no estrangement. When the 4 guardian kings of the Blue Tiger Gang were all dead. Now that the vice pavilion master had been beheaded, the pavilion master had been beheaded. Normally, people would focus on their own losses. As for your losses, you'll have to make up for my losses first. Losing such an important role in the Blue Tiger Gang, the Saber Axe Pavilion's influence would be greatly reduced. Only in this way would Song Jiu have a chance. My chance is here. Since I've started, I can't stop now. Song Jiu said to herself. Song Jiu couldn't stay here for long, so she quickly left. In the process of returning to the top of the Golden Mountain, there were also people who could prove that Song Jiu did not leave the top of the Golden Mountain. It was impossible to suspect that Song Jiu was the culprit. After Song Jiu left, Li Zongjiu was also watching this scene from afar. This woman is really ruthless. Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly executed the dozen people in front of her. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to kill these people himself. However, since Song Jiu was the one who did it, he wanted to see her performance. Based on her current performance, it was very good. As for the Boyu Casino, Li Zongjiu did not ask too much about Tai-Fi and the others. They were just some underground forces and wouldn't involve any sections. Li Zongjiu was well aware that these gold and purple yuan coins were nothing but a joke in the eyes of the real behemoth. What was the use of these things? When that day came, the real thing to fight for was the primordial stones. High-grade primordial stones. Only primordial stones could allow a faction to truly flourish and prosper. Things like casinos and gambling stalls were nothing in their eyes. The Yi clan's strength, compared to the level of Li Zhongjiu and Evil Lord in his previous life, was just an ant. Obviously, as long as they did not touch on the business of primordial stones, there was basically no problem. If the Yi clan wanted to kill them, they could kill them. Even if the Sima clan wanted to kill them, they could also kill them. For a clan that could be replaced at any time, even if they had a firm grip on power, what could they do? If they wanted to kill them, it would still be a simple matter. However, there were some things that could not be touched. They absolutely could not be touched now. Otherwise, they would fall into a situation where there was no hope of reprieve. Even now, Li Zhongjiu had killed so many people in the Qingyuan manor, but until now, no powerful figure had come to deal with Li Zhongjiu. That was because these people were unimportant people in the Qingyuan manor. As long as it did not involve those people, there would generally be no problem. For now, Li Zhongjiu's strength was enough to deal with the Qingyuan manor. However, it was far from enough to completely destroy it. Now Li Zhongjiu was also accumulating primordial stones. Now, he was just killing one person he saw. In the future, Li Zhongjiu would definitely find one person and kill one person. He would not be lenient. Li Zhongjiu's figure also disappeared. The Fury Dragon capturing was sent back. After all, it had been used before. Later, the Seven Stars Fire Room would also send a new Fury Dragon capturing to replenish the energy stones. Because this was the content of the contract. It had to be given to Li Zhongjiu. Even in the future generations, Li Zhongjiu would be the first to have it. In this primordial weapon conference, the Fury Dragon capturing was undoubtedly a hot item. Almost everyone was relishing in talking about the battle result. Of course, the most exciting battle was naturally the one where Luo Yunyang fought against the 12 experts. The strong controllability of the Fury Dragon capturing was naturally inseparable from Li Zhongjiu's control. However, if someone could do it, they could do it too. Many parties were paying attention to the developments of the Primordial Weapon Conference. Now that the King of Primordial Weapons had appeared, the Seven Stars Fire Room had immediately received hundreds of orders. According to the previous price, the price of owning such a powerful weapon was actually about the same. It was even a little cheap. This was because the price of the Sky Destroyer sword was directly set at 67 million purple yuan. On the other hand, the Fury Dragon capturing was set at 55 million purple yuan. Since they were all Yuan King-level primordial weapons, the value of the weapons would naturally increase. Even the Southwest Sword Sect had personally made an appearance to place an order for the Fury Dragon capturing. The craftsmen of the Seven Stars Fire Room immediately entered an extremely busy state. Chapter 497. After returning to the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, Li Zhongjiu did not go anywhere else. He went straight to the front of the Genius Tower. Because of his own strength, Li Zhongjiu was able to comprehend the various levels of alchemy again. He continued to progress step by step, which brought great enlightenment to Li Zhongjiu. Even some things that he couldn't understand in the past could be easily understood at this moment. Therefore, it was a very good experience for Li Zhongjiu to go through the Genius Tower again. At the very least, he could gain a lot from it. In front of the Genius Tower, when Li Zhongjiu appeared, he realized. The light on the 11th floor of the Genius Tower was already lit up. Li Zhongjiu immediately stopped and looked at the scene in front of him. It was not only Li Zhongjiu. At this moment, it was already late at night, but there were still many people watching below the Genius Tower. Among them was Li Zhongjiu's class teacher, Ling Yan. There was also Teacher Kong, who was beaten up badly by Li Zhongjiu. The 11th floor, the 11th floor. Oh my God, why is this guy working so hard? It's too scary. Even Senior Guisi, who is ranked 3rd on the Alchemy Master ranking, only broke through the 8th floor some time ago. In just a few days, someone actually rushed to the 11th floor directly. So strong. This Li Zongjiu is really fucking powerful. Someone could not help but say. Obviously, he was extremely envious and amazed by Li Zongjiu's strength. There are experts in the heavenly day medicine manner that I have not seen before? Li Zongjiu was also surprised when he saw this scene. Even if Qi Dan came, she might not be able to reach here. Because in here, the older one was, the greater the pressure they would face. The younger one was, the more care they would receive, and it would be easier to pass the level. No, this person's goal, could it be that the Universe 9 revolving needle is also here? A cold light flashed in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Although Li Zongjiu did not know who this person was, he could vaguely sense that this person's goal seemed to be the Universe 9 revolving needles on level 14. This was because in the previous floors, as a reward for clearing the level, there would be some note. As for how these notes were formed, Li Zongjiu didn't know, although he had some vague guesses in his heart. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't jump to conclusions before he saw it clearly. This person probably did not have a sense of crisis before, because there were very few people who could match up to him. It was only when Li Zongjiu appeared that this person became nervous. That was why he was attacking the building recklessly. From the 14th floor onwards, mysterious formations would appear every 3 floors. Comparatively speaking, the Universe 9 revolving needles was a set of very simple things in the Genius Pavilion. It was relatively low level. There was also a higher level of acupuncture. It would take time to comprehend it. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had been interested in the needle technique, but he had spent most of his time on alchemy and breaking through to Absolute Saint Realm. Thus, he had only spent some time on cultivating the needle technique. He completely relied on his powerful talent to learn it. Li Zongjiu, why are you here? Aren't you upstairs? A surprised voice came from beside him. When Ling Yan saw Li Zongjiu in front of him, he almost bit his tongue. He was so surprised. Wasn't this guy going upstairs just now? Why was he here? Didn't that mean that the person who was going through the level wasn't Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu. I knew it. How could a thievish-looking person like you, who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, possibly enter the Genius Tower? Only those with a kind heart and virtuous character can enter the Genius Tower. A scum like you, Li Zongjiu, can't possibly enter the Genius Tower. When Kongjue saw Li Zongjiu, who was full of hatred, appear in front of him, he directly pushed the people in front of him away and pointed at Li Zongjiu's nose and cursed. It had been almost a month. Finally, he found an opportunity to directly drag out this stinking shameless Li Zongjiu. Now that you can't hide your foxtail anymore, I, Kongjue, Master Kong, will teach you a good lesson today. I'll teach you a lesson. Otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Not only that, he must punish Li Zongjiu severely and let everyone know how powerful he is. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to talk with Ling Yan and ask about the recent situation of Mist Mountain. But suddenly, this short wintermelon rushed out and shouted. Then, this short wintermelon actually gathered everyone around him, and then started gesturing in front of Li Zongjiu. Their words were sharp and incisive. Look, this is the person who beat up a teacher some time ago. His nature is extremely bad and his character is extremely low. Such a person is immoral and no one can learn from him. You must learn from him and treat it as a shame. He's a complete scum. Teacher Kong, be careful. Just when he was happily scolding Kongjue, someone suddenly exclaimed. Then, Kongjue was startled. In the next second, he felt a gust of wind. Bang! Li Zongjiu directly kicked Kongjue and sent him flying. Kongjue fell heavily on the ground. Just this alone was enough to break his butt. Li Zongjiu directly waved his hand. His mental strength immediately wrapped around a stone beside him and shot it like a sharp arrow towards Kongjue's head. Xiao! Kongjue opened his eyes wide. He couldn't even see clearly what Li Zongjiu was doing. But inexplicably, He directly felt that his whole body was tense, as if his whole body was being crushed by the momentum. His hair instantly stood up. Li Zongjiu, don't! Suddenly, Ling Yan shouted loudly. Li Zongjiu's move seemed to be too slow for many people to react. Boom! The stone released by Li Zongjiu steadily hovered in front of Kong Zhuo's forehead. At this moment, Kong Zhuo finally saw clearly what Li Zongjiu was doing. If Ling Yan had been a little later, this rock would have directly smashed his head into pieces, exploding like a tofu flour. Kong Zhuo never thought that death would be so close to him. If it had been just a little bit more, he would have been finished. The stone hovered for a moment, then with a plop, it fell between Kong Zhuo's legs. After seeing it, Kong Zhuo also felt a chill in his lower body. Then, there was a fishy smell. Chapter 498. Teacher Kong Zhuo actually. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Kong Zhuo himself didn't feel it, but when he was about to get up, he looked down and saw that his legs were already wet. Kong Zhuo pointed at Li Zongjiu with a trembling finger. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he didn't manage to catch his breath and directly fainted on the ground. How can you do this? If you kill Teacher Kong Zhuo, you will get into big trouble, Ling Yan suddenly said in a flustered and exasperated manner. How could there be such an arrogant student in this world? This Li Zongjiu didn't dare to do anything, but when he made a move, he didn't show any mercy. I didn't intend to kill him. I just wanted to use this matter to teach these ignorant young people a lesson. Without strength, all they have is a glib tongue. That's the end result. Li Zongjiu pointed at Kong Zhuo, who was humiliated to the point that he couldn't bear the burden and directly fainted. Previously, Kong Zhuo was scolding with vigor, but this time, he also directly fell to the ground, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Li Zongjiu, who was scolded, stood in the same place as if nothing had happened. Such a scene made it easy for people to judge who was superior and who was inferior. They could immediately tell who was more reasonable. What was right? As long as one could live a better and happier life, that would be the real right. You child. When Ling Yan heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was naturally a little angry. This kind of thinking was simply twisted logic, but even though it was twisted logic, it sounded a little ridiculous. However, Ling Yan also deeply knew that this sentence was true. But the premise was that you must have a very powerful strength. I will continue to enter the Genius Tower. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he did not have any intention of staying and directly entered the Genius Tower. Those guards on duty didn't know whether they should arrest Li Zongjiu because no one gave the order. Moreover, they were only on duty. As long as there was no trouble in the Genius Tower, and there was no problem in the Genius Tower, they generally didn't need to take action. Therefore, although Kong Zhuo was beaten up, they didn't receive orders from their superiors and couldn't take action. Even if they took action, it would be useless. Anyway, this guy was in the Genius Tower and couldn't run anywhere. One must know that the Genius Tower didn't have windows. You brat, you left the mess to me again. Ling Yan simply put his hands on his waist in anger. If using fists could make Li Zongjiu obedient, Ling Yan would definitely take action without hesitation. However, it was impossible for Ling Yan to chase after Li Zongjiu. Instead, he casually pointed at two tall men. You two, carry Teacher Kong Zhuo to the medical hall. Ah? Why us? The two people who were chosen immediately had looks of grievance and unwillingness on their faces. Gotcha. Ling Yan casually moved his fingers as a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, the two tall men had no other choice but to lower their heads and step forward, submitting to the might of Ling Yan's aura. Kong Zhuo, who was covered in a foul stench, was carried away. Don't look here, all of you are dismissed. Don't you have classes tomorrow? Also, the words of that brat just now, if anyone dares to take it seriously, I will cripple him. All of you go back and study hard, otherwise I will make you all fail, Ling Yan suddenly said. When they heard the word fail, everyone fled in panic. How would they dare to continue staying here? Otherwise, if they failed, the consequences could be said to be extremely serious. Ever since he got these two students, Ling Yan had almost delayed his own cultivation. He couldn't wait to cripple these two people. This matter wasn't easy to deal with if he wanted to. Ling Yan was also helpless. What else could he do? Who asked him to be her teacher? Li Zhongjiu entered the Genius Tower. Since the 11th floor had already opened, there was no need to continue staying here. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu directly went to the 10th floor. Once he entered the deduction state, his perception of the outside world would be very low. Li Zhongjiu didn't see anyone on the 11th floor. He must have used some method to hide himself. After sitting down cross-legged, he entered the deduction state again. In the Heavenly Star Medicine manner, everyone's gaze was on the Genius Tower. Other than that, everything else was going on as usual. As long as Li Zhongjiu didn't make a move, the Heavenly Star Medicine manner would be relatively peaceful. In 5 days, the academies that were eliminated would have the opportunity to enter the second round again. Most of them wanted to give it a try, but there were also some who chose to give up because they knew their own capabilities. If they wanted to enter, it would be impossible unless the invigilator's eyes were blinded. If that was the case, there was still some possibility. However, Yao Lei was considered to have prepared well. Originally, she wanted to go to Li Zhongjiu's house to express her gratitude to Li Zhongjiu. However, she was told that Li Zhongjiu wasn't at home. Thus, Yao Lei left dejectedly. She could only wait until she entered the Heavenly Star Medicine manor. In the Sacred Flame Royal City, it was also peaceful. Everyone was still living and working in peace. However, in the Imperial Martial Pavilion, there was a huge uproar. In the Imperial Martial Pavilion, there were different small groups. Moreover, each group had a different name. The Imperial Martial Pavilion's method was to let these students compete with each other in group. Currently, the strongest group in the Imperial Martial Pavilion was the Blazing Sword Alliance. When a core member of the Blazing Sword Alliance was sent back today, his face was filled with grief and indignation. He had never imagined that such a thing would actually happen to him. Therefore, when he returned, he immediately went to find the Blazing Sword Alliance. He immediately went to find the Blazing Sword Union's Union Master and told him all the grievances he had suffered outside today. What? You are saying that you were sneak attacked by someone from the Heavenly Star Medicine manor? The leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance, Leng Ao Feng, when he heard his subordinate say such words, he initially felt that it was inconceivable. However, after that, he was incomparably furious. This person didn't place him, Leng Ao Feng, in his eyes at all. So what if it was the Heavenly Star Medicine manor? Since this person dared to sneak attack a student of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, he must take him down. Moreover, the person who had attacked was one of Leng Ao Feng's men. If he didn't take revenge, how would he be able to recruit new people in the future? Chapter 499. Now, all the members of the Blazing Sword Alliance were gathered together. Jean Buffon originally wanted to take revenge himself, but after thinking about it, he realized that the other party was a disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine manor. If he acted rashly, the Martial Palace might even blame him for it out of respect for the Heavenly Star Medicine manor. That was why he found Leng Ao Feng. The Blazing Sword Alliance's Leng Ao Feng was naturally nothing. Jean Buffon would surpass him sooner or later. But the most important thing was that there was someone supporting the Blazing Sword Alliance. In fact, the entire upper echelon of the Blazing Sword Union had joined in the future in order to serve this person. That was why Jean Buffon had made such a move. He wanted to borrow the power of this society to fight against this person. That damned Li Zhongjiu actually ran away after beating him up. Moreover, he hid in the Heavenly Star Medicine manor. No matter how powerful Jean Buffon was, he couldn't just barge into the other party's school and capture them. So what if it's the Heavenly Star Medicine manor? Is our martial palace weaker than them? In the process of discussion, the upper echelons of the Blazing Sword Alliance expressed their opinions. Those who were able to sit here all had their own abilities. They wouldn't be put down so easily. Their words carried a lot of weight. That's not the case. No matter what, we must take back our face. Otherwise, the other associations will definitely make a big fuss about it. Someone said. It's not easy to get into the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to capture someone. If they were at the Imperial Martial Pavilion as well, it would be much more convenient. They could just bring people up and drag them out to give them a good beating. Or, they could ambush them on the path that they had to pass by. No matter how many people there were, they would rush out together. Taking action was the most direct way. But now that it was the people of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, they would probably be suppressed by the other party the moment they rushed in. Or perhaps, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door. This was a very normal thing. If young master is willing to step in, it shouldn't be difficult to get the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to hand over the person. The deputy chief of the Blazing Sword Alliance, Wan Zhong, said. Usually, the ability of the Vice Alliance leader was higher than that of the Alliance leader. After all, the Vice Alliance leader had to go through the Vice Alliance leader first, and the position of Alliance leader was just a symbol. Of course, the Vice Alliance leader's ability had to be convincing. When they heard the deputy chief's words, everyone felt that this was the main point. Isn't it a little inappropriate to disturb young master over such a matter? Lung Ao Tian said with a frown. After all, this young master was not some idle person. If he directly went to disturb the young master because of some trivial matter, he might even be punished. Don't worry, young master cares about the Blazing Sword Alliance. Moreover, I'm only here to hand the person over. If there's any problem, I'll settle it myself. It's not like I'm here to eat you, Wan Zhong said. If young master is willing to step in, then our Blazing Sword Alliance's reputation will definitely spread throughout the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. At that time, we might even have admirers in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Hearing Wan Zhong's words, Lung Ao Feng seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. This was indeed a very good way. A very good way. That makes sense. Not only do we have to dominate the Imperial Martial Pavilion, but if we can increase our reputation in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, wouldn't that increase our prestige? Lung Ao Feng said. I'll immediately report this matter to young master. After Lung Ao Feng left, the meeting naturally ended. However, Wan Zhong found Zhan Bufan and asked him about the specific situation that day. He had to explain every single detail. At the same time, he also noted down Li Zongjiu's name and asked someone to prepare a document about Li Zongjiu. You're saying that you didn't see his skills clearly? Wan Zhong asked with a frown. Everyone was a martial artist. Most of the time, if they relied on their eyes for everything, they would have died long ago. Most of the time, it was necessary to cultivate one's intuition. This was the most powerful method. Martial artists more or less had some intuition. In the face of danger and some sinister moves, they would be able to sense it. You're already a 7th grade origin ancestor, but you still couldn't sense his fist. Even with your physical strength, you couldn't block his fist. This person's strength is definitely not simple, Wan Zhong said. Among the alchemists, there was no lack of experts. Even in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, there were many fighting geniuses. However, having a strong Yuan Qi cultivation did not mean that one's combat strength would be strong. This was the motto of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Even when facing an enemy who was stronger than you, as long as you could make a calm judgment and think of countermeasures, you would definitely have a chance of survival. As for whether this chance of survival was useful, no one said it. This was because those who didn't were already dead. However, you don't have to worry. I've already sent people to investigate this person's background. No matter how talented he is, as long as he touches someone from our camp, he will either surrender or die, Wan Zhong said. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Thank you, big brother Wanzhong." Jean Buffon cupped his hands and said. Wanzhong also smiled, patted Jean Buffon's shoulder and said, "Go." After Jean Buffon left, Wanzhong's eyes regained their cold killing intent. It's not easy to be a spy. If this Li Zongjiu has some ability, it might become a tug-of-war between the Blazing Sword Alliance and Young Master. I have to quickly tell Young Master to get in touch with this Li Zongjiu in advance. Wanzhong saw a very unique opportunity in this matter, which was Li Zongjiu's identity. A disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. No matter what, although the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was full of alchemy experts, in terms of martial strength, the Imperial Martial Pavilion was nothing in their eyes. However, these alchemy geniuses needed to be well protected. What Wanzhong needed to do now was to intensify the conflict between Li Zongjiu and the Blazing Sword Alliance. A good show is about to start. At this moment, both Jean Buffon and Ling Outyen did not know that they were gradually walking into a trap set by Wanzhong.